over the coming years. As we move forward, we're trying to manage the halibut resource for the benefit of the resource and for everyone involved. I think we have a pretty full agenda this afternoon, so I'm going to stop with my comments and see, Glenn, if there's anything that you wanted to add.
Thank you, Paul. Just again, appreciation to you for hosting. Although we're not in lovely Victoria this time around, I appreciate your leadership here at this meeting, and I look forward to a productive meeting. I think, as we've noted before in the past, oftentimes we can work very well together and find solutions to problems, and I anticipate we'll be able to continue to do so in the future, and at this meeting in particular. And I'm looking forward to also getting to know a lot of the stakeholders that I have not previously met in my previous job as support to the Commission. So it's nice to be aboard, and looking forward to a productive meeting.
Great, thanks very much, Glenn. Dave, did you have any opening comments?
Thank you very much, Chair. Just very briefly to again welcome you all to this virtual meeting. Secretariat here hosted in Seattle. Would just like to remind all participants that there is the usual public comment and questions sign-up platform, which you can see on the right-hand side of your screen. And once we go through and adopt the agenda, you will also see in the second half of that document, 01 rather, is an indication of the schedule and when the chairs will take up those questions and comments on each of the agenda items. So if you do have any difficulties, there is a help window there, and the Secretariat is there to serve you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Dave. And so for public comment, we're doing that at the end of this session, scheduled for 5. I don't see another one opportunity, so people will sign up and they have an opportunity of writing questions, Dave, to the Commission if they so wish, or also will we be able to open their mic if they wanted to address the Commission directly?
So we'll run it in a similar format as we did for the interim meeting, and we'll also have a timing where we'll notify you after 2 minutes if you're making a verbal intervention, and then 3 minutes we'll ask that you end your question or statement to the Commission. Thank you, Chair. Okay,
thanks, Dave. And for all those that are listening on whatever platform you're connected to, please bear with us. As we go through this afternoon, sometimes it takes a little bit for our microphones to connect and people to ask their questions from the Commission. But I think we're all getting better at it, so things will go smoother. With that, I'll just see if there's an adoption. Moving on to item 2, adoption of the agenda and arrangements for this session. Don't have any changes to the agenda or arrangements for this particular session. Glenn, I don't know if you had any that you wanted to bring forward at this point. Okay, thanks very much. With that then, Dave, I think we would start on agenda item 3, the IPHC process and update on actions arising from the 96th session of the IPHC annual meeting a year ago.
Thank you very much. Yes, sorry. Thank you very much, Chair. And so under agenda item 3, the IPHC process, as you pointed out, there are 3 papers that we have developed and also provided presentations for 2 of them. So this is papers 03, 04, and 13. The intention is not to present these, given the electronic and time-compressed formats that we are operating under at this meeting. And also just to note that these are the traditional updates to the actions arising from the annual meeting, the interim meeting, and then also all of the intersessional decisions that were made throughout the course of 2020. I will ask the Secretariat to bring up paper 03 though, and while they're doing that, I will just talk very briefly about the report of the Secretariat, which is paper 04. And obviously operating under a COVID-19 global pandemic environment in 2020, our external outreach in a physical format has been stifled to a great degree, as has everybody's. That said, we have attempted, where possible, to create more of an online presence and an electronic and virtual engagement with stakeholders. And I'm very pleased to indicate that the various meetings of our subsidiary bodies have functioned extremely well, in particular the MSAB throughout the course of 2020, and also the Scientific Review Board, who is staffed by independent scientific experts distributed throughout Canada, the US, and overseas as well. And they were also very successful meetings. And then in terms of paper 13, which is the implementation of the recommendations of the second performance review, this is a standard paper that will be provided to the Commission at the interim meeting and also the annual meeting, and just providing general updates on our progress in implementing those recommendations over time. But as I said, paper 03 is the update on actions arising. Appendix A are those from the annual meeting. Appendix B includes the intersessional decisions, and then Appendix C includes the actions arising from the recent interim meeting. Those actions are presented in the standard format with the specific meeting, the recommendation number, and a link to the paragraph, the text related to that recommendation or request or intersessional decision, and an indication of what the status is, whether it's been completed, whether it's ongoing, or whether it's yet to be commenced, or whether it's pending, for example. So, Chair, it wasn't my intention to step through these in detail, but simply to highlight again that we will continue to update these throughout the course of this meeting, and as the Commission may deem necessary, to develop new recommendations or requests on any items that remain outstanding. And so with that, I'll pass back to you, Chair, to see if there are any questions on papers 03, 04, or 13. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks, Dave. Are there questions on any of the three papers that Dave just referenced for the Secretariat? Dave, I have one question while others may be thinking about theirs, is that how do we deal with things that have been agreed to and are still works in progress? I don't see them referenced here. And in particular at the annual meeting 096 a year ago, the Commission agreed that the IPHC Secretariat should continue to report out on regulatory area mortality against the TCEY adopted each regulatory area. Paragraph 94. The Commission agreed to continue the development of a work plan to explore methods for improving and monitoring requirements in directed and non-directed fisheries. And paragraph 95 spoke to the Commission agreed to continue work on evaluating redefining TCEY to include the U26 component of discard mortalities, including non-directed commercial fisheries, as steps to more comprehensive and responsible management of the resource. So I guess, I mean, agreed to me seems to be something that is equivalent or at least as high as recommended. There are actions that are being agreed to and need to be captured in this document.
Are structured. We do have the definitions associated with each of these terms in the preamble for each of the reports. The way it's currently structured is that when there's a particular agreement, it's usually accompanied then by a specific request or recommendation. Some of the examples that you have indicated are general agreement that something should happen, but a specific path forward has not been yet determined. Some of those are also incorporated then in the recommendations or requests associated with the development of programs of work, whether it be scientific, management strategy evaluation, or administrative. And that's the way we have tried to incorporate them. That said, as we develop the text for this current report, that's possibly something that should change. If the Commission feels that agreeing should be elevated to a particular action, then we could certainly do that. And it would be, for example, just a matter of combining the intent of level 1s and level 2s in that preamble. The caveat to that is that the more actions that you have, the more labor intensive it becomes in terms of reporting and incorporating those. And so maybe there's a compromise there where the Commission may wish to consider maintaining those terms of recommended, requested, and wherever there's a general agreement on a particular topic, that an associated recommendation or request is formulated. But there's certainly many ways to skin a cat, and we're open to suggestion in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. I'd like to hear some others' comments, but it seems to me the ones that I was referencing, we spent over a year discussing and negotiating those outcomes that led to an interim agreement, and it seems to me that those should be high on the list to keep track of and make progress on. So I would like to see them included in the report, but I open it up to other commissioners who may have other views or support. So Glenn, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure that I had the
Yeah, certainly. It's I was referencing AM096.
If I may, Mr. Chair, so the ones that I am looking at, AM09703, which I believe we're all operating on, it's the Rec 5, paragraph 113 that you believe is something that we would address. And then I'm just looking for the other places where there's yellow highlight. The next time I see something is once we get to IPHC 2020 ID 016, which is the FIS issues, and then FIS redesign discussion on the following page. And then finally, IM096 Rec 01, paragraph 58, concerning side limit review. Was there something else that you feel is missing?
Yeah, I do. Thanks, Glenn. I think missing to me is that paragraph, in particular 94 and AM096 needs to be captured. I think paragraph 95 in the same report. And I would suggest 96 in the same report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just so that I'm tracking appropriately, when I look at the Appendix A and Appendix B that's on our list here, I don't see those listed as still in progress. And I guess I'm just curious if you think those should have been on the list and were missed, or you did sort of why those specific issues.
Yeah, I think they've been missed, I suppose, Glenn, and they should be part of the tracking progress. And the reason I say that is that each one of those items that I've just spoken to were ones that were part of the agreement that we had running for years, and some progress has been made on some of those, but not all of them. And so I think I'm concerned that we may lose track of those items and need to bring them forward to make sure we don't miss out on those and have opportunities to figure out how we're going to implement those. And as Dave was saying, his view was that while they're agreed to, they haven't had a concrete plan developed or recommendations on a way forward. And so I think that was what needs to be done for the ones that are not captured. I see Peter has...
If I may, Chair, sorry, go on.
I see that Peter may have a comment as well that he wanted to add, and then it could come back to you, Glenn, if that's okay.
Sure.
Peter?
Yeah, no, I would just support what you're asking for. It was part of a lengthy negotiation over a year, as you stated, and it was part of what we thought were deliverables for the compromises we made and the agreements we came to. So I think it's important to carry that forward and have that recorded, even if progress has not been as much as we would like. I do have another comment, but just I'll leave it at that for now. It was more in regards to.
All right, thanks, Peter. Glenn, did you want to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No comment at this time. I think it might help to move forward, and we can come back to this later, perhaps.
Well, I guess by coming back to it, I'd like to have an agreement that those would be incorporated in this report so that we don't lose track of them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it would help if we could just have a moment or two to look at those issues, and so perhaps we can do that while we're having the remainder of this presentation.
Okay, that makes sense. So why don't we carry on?
Summary or decision reporting process. Ideally, those should be elevated to a recommendation or a request, so that it's very clear for the Secretariat. As you point out, there's a large number of agreements in the report, and any that you feel should be reported on at the interim meeting and annual meeting, it would be a suggestion to make them a recommendation or a request. That's all I have on these particular papers. I think Commissioner de Grief, through the chair, had a question on paper 13.
Yeah, so my question was paper 13 in regards to request number 9, which covers observer standards, and just curious to, I see that it's pending and that no work was done, but I just want to highlight that I'd like to see some movement or traction.
Is that correct, Commissioner de Grief?
Sorry, no, recommendation, no.
Okay. And then with that, I'll pass back to the chair. Okay.
Probably similar. I just wanted to see if there has been any progress. It doesn't seem like there has been, but this is something that I would like to see progress on.
Mm-hmm. Glenn, did you have any comment on this one?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think this gets into larger issues about
Well, I think it probably gets back to my comments about, in particular, about AM096 in paragraph 94, where the Commission agreed to continue the development of a work plan to explore methods for improvement of monitoring requirements in directed and non-directed fisheries. And I guess, in particular, under the current treaty, Article 3, Paragraph 3D speaks directly to this issue about the responsibility of the Commission to regulate, prohibit the incidental catch of halibut that may be taken, retained, and possessed or landed from each area or portion of the area by vessels fishing for other species of fish. So I think what we're looking for is to make progress on that particular paragraph, which is consistent with the treaty, and have those monitoring standards. And we recognize that there has been a lot of work done domestically, and I think what Commissioner DeGreef is seeking is to have some update on that progress to the Commission. And similarly, I think as well, we in Canada are seeking to see that work plan advanced. So I think that's the connection, I guess, Glenn.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if I may, I think in terms of our progress for addressing observer coverage levels for our various fisheries, I guess I'll just reiterate that the work plan that we have is one that is developed through our North Pacific Fishery Management Council process. That's for Alaska. And then there is another process that is followed through the Pacific Fishery Management Council process for their observer program. So to the extent there's a work plan available, that is described on an annual basis through what we call our annual deployment plan in Alaska. And I believe there are similar methodologies that are used on the Pacific coast as well that describe their monitoring and protocols as well. So I am fairly certain that those plans are provided in the contracting party reports.
Yes, so we'll come to those later, but I guess it doesn't address paragraph 94, which you were going to take a look at and come back to, so we can leave that for now. But Peter, did you have anything else on this, or do you want to move on?
We can move on. Yeah, we can.
All right. Are there any comments or questions about the other two reports? I'm not seeing any, Dave, so I think we can move on to agenda item 4.
Paper 05, please.
Thank you. Dr. Wilson?
Yes, all good. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Through the chair, thank you very much. I will present the State of the Fishery Agenda Item 4, Paper 5, which had a revision, so just a single revision. And this provides the fishery estimates for 2020. So for in 2020, the total Pacific halibut mortality was estimated to be 15,891 tons from all IPHC convention area waters. All values presented here are in net weight, and they represent removals for the entire year. So on the next slide. Most of the coastwide removals came from the directed commercial fishery at 64%, followed by the recreational fishery at 17%. The non-directed commercial fishery was at 13%, and finally the subsistence and fishery independent setline survey with IPHC research were each at 3%. So in comparison to 2019 removals, this is an estimated decrease of more than 2,000 tons. Reviewing changes in ratio, more of the 2020 removals were from the directed commercial fishery and less from the non-directed commercial fishery. Upon review of these removals, in comparison to IPHC mortality limits, all removals were within the applicable limit, with removals in Canada being 6% under, and the United States of America being 7% under, and 7% under for the entire convention area. On a closer review by fishery, the directed commercial fishery in Canada was open from the 14th of March and closed on the 7th of December. The removals were projected to be at 4% under the fishery limit at 2,219 pounds. And I should say actually that was estimated to be at that 4% under. And in the United States of America, in IPHC Regulatory Area 2A, for the Treaty Indian fishery, 222 tons of Pacific halibut were landed, following an unrestricted fishery, a restricted fishery, and a mop-up fishery. These landings were within 1% of the fishery limit. The unrestricted fishery was extended through the 30th of September. The restricted was extended to 222 hours. And the mop-up or late fishery shifted to the 5th of October to the 18th of October. The non-treaty Indian fishery saw landings of 110 tons following 5 58-hour fishing periods, with the first opening on the 22nd of June and closing for the season on the 19th of August. The landings were estimated to be 5% under the limit. Landings of Pacific halibut from trolling were estimated at 13 tons, or 35% under the fishery limit, with no in-season action taken. Landings of Pacific halibut by vessels with an incidental to sablefish license were estimated at 32 tons, or 9% under the fishery limit, with 2 in-season actions. The first was an increase in the ratio from 200 Pacific halibut pounds to every 1,000 pounds of sablefish to 250 Pacific halibut pounds to every 1,000 pounds of sablefish pounds. The other action was an extension of this season through the 15th of November. In Alaska, the quota share fishery was open from the 14th of March through the 15th of November, with estimated landings at 7,218 tons, or 7% under the limit. In IPHC Regulatory Area 2A, or 2C rather, the United States of America allows for a fishery within the Annette Island Reserve, which has no fishery limit. Within this fishery, 11 tons of Pacific halibut were landed following 8 two-day openings between the 12th of June and the 20th of September. On the links displayed below, and a quick look at the year-to-date details for 2017 through 2020, the coastwide 2020 removals were delayed for much of the season, with landings picking up and lining up with previous removals in the last few weeks of the fishery. And these views were available through most of the season when you navigate to the landing report link on the IPHC website. You may have access to these views as well. So by selecting Canada only at these links, which you see on the left side, the landings have lined up well with removal trends from the previous 3 seasons. And by selecting Alaska, the United States of America at these links, the landings were delayed throughout most of the middle time period of the season, only picking up and lining up with the previous 3 seasons in the recent few weeks, or in the last few weeks of the season. So moving on to the recreational fishery. By contracting party in Canada, 2020 removals are estimated at 235 tons and 41% under the fishery limit. There is one in-season action, which was to match the daily limit to the possession limit. And in the United States of America, in IPHC Regulatory Area 2A, estimated removals were at 189 tons, or 31% under the fishery limit, with some state removals exceeding the limit and others within the fishery limit. In Alaska, the recreational fishery is open from the 1st of February through the end of the calendar year. In IPHC Regulatory Area 2C, 227 tons of Pacific halibut were harvested in the charter sector or guided fishery, coming in at 36% under the fishery limit. There was one in-season action in 2020 on the 20th of May. IPHC fishery regulations were revised to allow for a broader slot limit. Pacific halibut up to 45 inches in length may be retained from that point, where previously the lower length limit was 40 inches. Approximately 25 tons were also landed as guided anglerfish in this IPHC regulatory area. In IPHC Regulatory Area 3A, 724 tons of Pacific halibut were harvested in the charter sector or guided fishery, coming in at 7% under the fishery limit. This regulatory area also saw in-season action. Again, on the 20th of May, IPHC fishery regulations were revised to increase the maximum size from 26 inches to 32 inches. Additionally, all-day closures were removed, as well as the annual limit. And approximately 1 ton was also landed as guided anglerfish in this IPHC regulatory area. So in Alaska, private anglers harvested 1,310 tons with no fishery limit, no annual limit, and no size restriction. 526 tons were harvested in IPHC Regulatory Area 2C, and 771 tons were harvested in IPHC Regulatory Area 3A, with other IPHC regulatory areas accounting for 13 tons of Pacific halibut removals. In the subsistence fishery, coastwide removals of Pacific halibut represented 483 tons. In Canada, the removal estimate of 184 tons has been the same since 2007. In the United States of America, the West Coast removal estimate was 19 tons. And in Alaska, removals were estimated at 281 tons, with the estimate having been updated in 2018, apart from the CDQ portion, which is updated yearly. And I should also note that the estimate for the West Coast in the United States of America was updated most recently in 2019, in fact, last month. Non-directed commercial fishery occur throughout the calendar year with associated discard mortality of Pacific halibut. Coastwide, these removals were estimated at 2,120 tons, which represents a decrease from estimated removals for 2019. Of these removals, 104 tons occurred in Canada, and in the United States of America, 49 tons occurred off the West Coast, and 1,967 tons of Pacific halibut died following capture in these fisheries in Alaska. So moving on to the Fishery Independent Setline Survey as well as IPHC research, 407 tons of Pacific halibut were removed from the IPHC convention area, with removals of 89 tons in Canadian waters and 318 tons of removals from the waters of the United States of America. So all estimated removals by contracting party in IPHC regulatory area were below the 2020 mortality limit, as we noted in earlier slides. However, some removals were in excess of the applicable fishery limit or projection. In Canada, this was the case for the directed commercial discard mortality, which was projected at 59 tons and estimated to be at 75 tons. And in the United States of America, removals of directed discard mortality in IPHC regulatory area 2A were above the projected level by 10%. And recreational fishery removals were also above fishery limits or projections in California by 64% and in several IPHC regulatory areas in Alaska. In the subsistence fishery, Pacific halibut removals were higher than projected in IPHC regulatory areas 2A, 4A, and 4B. And regarding non-directed commercial discard mortalities, projection levels were exceeded in both IPHC regulatory area 2C and 4A. So the IPHC Secretariat continues to have concerns with the following mortality estimates. In the directed commercial fishery, the Secretariat has concern with the discard mortality estimates regarding observer coverage. In the recreational fishery, self-reporting by lodges in British Columbia and Alaska is of concern. And in the subsistence fishery, the lack of current estimates is of concern. And finally, in the non-directed commercial fishery, the Secretariat has concerns for these estimates with the level of observer coverage in the United States of America. So port highlights for 2020. 2019 tissue samples of Pacific halibut from the directed commercial fishery were processed in time for this year's assessment, which is very exciting for the Secretariat. 2 questionnaires are ongoing for both the occurrence of chalk as well as the economic survey that is available on the IPHC website. In Canada, the Secretariat continues to work with the contracting party agencies and industries on adding marine mammal details to the logbook, which would then bring these logbooks in line with the IPHC Pacific halibut logbooks in the United States of America. And of note, in Canada, Prince Rupert saw fewer landings this year than in previous years, with more landings occurring in Port Hardy. In the United States of America, ex-vessel prices were consistently reported to be low. Kodiak saw much fewer landings than in previous years. And Dutch Harbor saw an increase in landings, which was likely in response to coastal community closures in the face of the pandemic. Whale depredation also remained a concern, with increased interest in slinky pots. And I will touch more on the use of slinky pots on slide 28 in this presentation. Updates for 2020 regarding the requirement to land Pacific halibut with the head intact. We again saw fresh landings of Pacific halibut with the head removed in Canada, which is a regulatory compliance concern and which we have discussed and followed up with the contracting party. Landings of frozen Pacific halibut with the head removed were at similar levels in Canada in comparison to recent years. And no landings of Pacific halibut with the head removed were reported in the United States of America. So here you see the images of the slinky pots that I mentioned in a previous slide. These are being used in the commercial fishery in Alaska. And reviewing the use of pot gear in the waters of the United States of America, landings from this gear are increasing, reaching 32 tons this year. However, the level remains low, representing less than 1% of all landings. And then in summary, these are the faces of the IPHC Secretariat seen by many of our stakeholders, and the work they do and the data they collect, thanks to the support of our stakeholders, feeds into much of the data I presented here, and also feeds into many of the presentations which will follow. Thank you, Chair.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay. Just a couple questions. Lara, on slide 3, I noticed we're using the term non-directed commercial, and that could be interpreted in a couple ways. One is as what most people would commonly understand to be bycatch, and another would be perhaps discards from, I'm thinking sort of U32 discards from the commercial. And I'm also thinking about the distinction between what we have in Canada, where there are non-directed trips undertaken by other groundfish license types, maybe a sablefish license or a rockfish license, who are permitted to retain commercial halibut and sell it commercially, and can acquire halibut quota to do that, which is something quite different than I think what other people would interpret non-directed commercial to be if they're thinking about it in the context of bycatch. And so I wondered if you could describe what's captured there, and I would also just suggest that we be maybe more explicit with the language in a way that would distinguish between those different sources of mortality, some of which we, at least a number of us would look upon as sources of mortality that we're trying to minimize versus sources of mortality that, we're not necessarily trying to minimize. So that's just one sort of question and suggestion. And then I had two others on slide 24, if we could go to slide 24. I wondered in the last sort of bullet here, it's about non-directed commercial discard mortality. And I didn't quite catch what the uncertainty was surrounding Canada's estimates. I see language there about concerns about estimates on the US side, which I think I understand and are familiar to many of us, but is there a concern about those estimates on the Canadian side? If so, maybe just hearing a bit about that. And then my last question was about the slinky pots. I'm guessing, just out of curiosity, none of that is on directed halibut trips. Is that true, or are we seeing use of the pot?
through the chair, shall I respond?
Yeah, please, Lara, go ahead.
Okay, so starting from the initial question, and through the chair, thank you, Commissioner Davis, regarding the terminology. If you refer to paper 5, you'll notice that at the start of the paper, under the background, it defines the various terms that are used both within the paper as well as the presentation. We have modified our terms somewhat or updated them to more accurately reflect what the removals are. So for the Secretariat, the directed commercial removals are any time that Pacific halibut are legally retained and landed. So that would be whether you were targeting Pacific halibut or targeting another species. You still have, in the situation in Alaska or in British Columbia, you still have quota available to retain those fish and land them dockside. The non-directed discard mortality is specific to vessels or trips where you are not legally able to retain the fish, and there's associated mortality when the fish are then discarded at sea. So those are the two important distinctions we make there, noting that you did touch on the other caveat in that when the directed commercial fisheries then discard fish that are under the legal size, that is captured as part of the directed commercial discards, because they are conducting the directed commercial trip, and they are discarding those fish on their directed commercial trip. And then the other item, the next item, might need refreshing on. The third one I know is because it's in front of me with slide 24. So the having Canada there as under the concerns of non-directed commercial discard mortality, that was an update that I should have made to that slide for that presentation. That was noted for the interim meeting, and that was because we did not receive the removals for the non-directed commercial discards from Canada at that time, but we have since received those removals for the current year, for 2020. And then I believe there was a second one in there.
Thanks, Lara. That's really helpful. The other one was a question of curiosity just around the use of slinky pots and whether they're being deployed on directed trips or just when halibut are retained when fishing for other species. And to clarify, I think those definitions in the paper are really helpful, and perhaps it's just a matter of kind of porting over something about the discard mortality piece in the language when we talk about non-commercial, or sorry, non-directed in that.
Yes, to the chair. Thank you, Commissioner Davis. And the use of slinky pots or pots in general are primarily for trips that aren't targeting Pacific halibut. There are some trips where they'll do a combination of the two different gear types, longline and pot. But for the most part, yes, they're not targeting Pacific halibut with the pots.
All right, thanks, Lara. Neil, does that cover your questions? All right, Lara, I had one just to better educate myself. In the past number of years, commissioners have agreed to permit frozen head-off catch, and I understand your concern with fresh head-off catch, which I understand is prohibited, but you identify the frozen head-off catch, and I just wondered if there's really a need for that given it's permitted. What's the reason for doing that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We present the frozen levels or amount because when the change was made to the fishery regulations, the direction from the Commission was to monitor the amount of removals in the frozen fishery, recognizing that that was the only area where it was permitted, and somewhat, I imagine, to ensure that those values or those numbers didn't increase exponentially or somewhat from previous levels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes good sense. Given what the levels are, your view is that we should continue to monitor for a while, or can we stop?
Yeah, I would say that that's completely up to the Commission. The Secretariat will continue to monitor those levels, whether we present them here or not. But yes, that would be up to your direction.
Okay, thanks, Lara.
Thank you.
Glenn, you have a question?
What more? Yes, through the chair. That is correct, Commissioner Merrill.
Monitoring programs. Thanks.
Did you want to respond at all there?
I mean, we'll certainly follow up, and yes, we are definitely open and would like to receive updates or updated information.
Okay, thanks. Peter.
Actually, this is just a follow-up question to Glenn's question regarding the unguided in 2C and 3A sports fishery. Was there a reason there was a lack of data, or was there a lack of data? It's just a timing of when these things are recorded?
Sure. If I may, through the chair, it's not that there's a lack of data, it's that we haven't received that data yet. So there is a statewide saltwater harvest survey that is conducted each year, but we do not receive, the state of Alaska does not receive those data and are not able to compile those until August of the following year. So we do have indications about the general amount of anglers by resident from the preceding year. We have information about travel restrictions that have occurred. We have other information about other limitations that have occurred on sport fishing, but we don't have the formal final numbers until later. So we're always in this lag process, and I think that's unfortunately common with many sport fisheries.
Understood. Through the chair, if I don't mind, the recording for the guided.
Mr. Chairman, yes. So there is a separate logbook that is required, and that is submitted, and we have those data pretty quickly throughout the year, and then we're also gathering those so that we are able to provide the Commission with a final estimate of charter fishing or the guided anglers in Area 2C and 3A.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Glenn, did you have a question? I see your hand up.
Sorry, I'm working on that. Let me lower that.
Okay, thank you, Glenn. Neil, did you have a follow-up question? Nope.
I didn't put my hand down. I'll get more.
Yeah, no problem. Just didn't want to miss anyone. So I don't see any other questions, Lara, so thank you very much for your report. And we can now move on to agenda item 5, which looks like you're still tagged with as well, Lara, or part of.
That's correct. Thank you, Chair. So I'm ready to continue, Chair. Okay, so thank you, Chair, again. I will be presenting agenda item 5.1. It's paper 6, and it's the paper on the Fishery Independent Setline Survey design and implementation in 2020. So the primary objective of the Fishery Independent Setline Survey is to collect fishery independent data for the Pacific halibut stock assessment and stock distribution estimation. And here you see one of our scales on a vessel that we contracted. 2020 was the second year for the collection of individual Pacific halibut weights at sea. And on the Fishery Independent Setline Survey, all gear and bait are standardized. Fixed gear is used, with each skate being 1,800 feet in length with 100 hooks and 18-foot spacing and size 16 hook. And then the number 2 semi-bright chum salmon is the bait that's used, and each hook is baited with 1/4 to 1/3 of a pound. And the Setline Survey captain confirms the quality of the bait that is used. In 2020, 11 vessels were contracted, and they fished 951 stations in IPHC regulatory areas 2B, 2C, 3A, and 3B. And we also conducted a gear comparison study in IPHC regulatory area 2B. The gear comparison was conducted in the St. James Charter Region and IPHC regulatory area 2B, with each station being fished twice, once with fixed gear and once with snap gear. This study has the potential of increasing the number of vessels available to the Fishery Independent Setline Survey, and it also recognizes the increase this gear type has seen in the directed commercial fishery. So this is the map of the charter region where this comparison took place, and the stations with the timing indicated here being for the fixed gear, and obviously the timing for the snap gear would be the opposite of this. These are the stations that were found to be ineffective throughout the Fishery Independent Setline Survey. They're found to be ineffective for various reasons, with 4 stations being deemed effective even though orca whales were observed on those stations. So the secondary objective of the Fishery Independent Setline Survey is long-term revenue neutrality. In line with this, we improved the fish sale process with a request for tender for each sale. All submissions were evaluated against specific criteria, with price being the primary consideration. Controls were in place and followed, and buyers were invoiced for any sale. And regarding vessel charter agreements, a call for request for tenders has gone out. Again, all submissions were rated against specified criteria, with price being the main consideration. So in meeting this objective and a change for 2020, undersized or U32 Pacific halibut that were sampled were sold with prices similar to those that we received for the 1020 category for fish that were greater than 32 inches in length for 2020. Then moving on to the tertiary objectives. The tertiary objectives for the Fishery Independent Setline Survey include work with contracting party agencies on a cost recovery basis. Due to COVID-19, none of these were conducted in 2020. However, we currently have discussions and reviewing agreements for this work to potentially resume in 2021. And then these links here allow any user to access the Fishery Independent Setline Survey data with respect to Pacific halibut catch per unit effort, Fishery Independent Setline Survey performance, Pacific halibut biological details, as well as data downloads, and data on non-Pacific catches as well. So the tender specifications for 2021, we have updated, the Secretariat has updated the specifications and they are published. They went online on the 29th of December. And they were further simplified and outlined specific communication needs and costs and how many of the vessel expenses that were discussed earlier today would need to be rolled into the actual submitted price. And the 2020 specifications are online currently and open, and they will close on the 31st of January, so later this month, at the end of this month. And then I did add additional slides to this presentation. It's like one of them was missed, but so the COVID-19 procedures, I was going to review those briefly. For the Fishery Independent Setline Survey, we did not have any Secretariat cross borders, so none of the Secretariat that were in Canada were shifted or moved to the United States of America and vice versa. Secretariat and crew changes were minimized. No more than 2 Secretariat were on a vessel at any given time. No tertiary work, as I noted, was conducted, and IPHC special projects were limited to reduce potential exposure or risk. Vessels working in Canada were covered by Secretariat in Canada. Again, Secretariat and crew changes were minimized with no changes taking place in Canada. Secretariat were tested within 72 hours prior to boarding the vessel with proof of this test and a negative test. They practiced social distancing in the 14 hours prior to boarding with 0 exposure. They were required to wear a mask and practice social distancing when traveling and proceed directly to the vessel. Once they arrived at the vessel, the Secretariat and the crew quarantined on the vessel for 14 days following the arrivals of any Secretariat or crew. The Secretariat and crew were screened upon arrival, and they were checked to not have any sign of a cough, difficulty breathing, shortness of breath, loss of smell or taste, sore throat, unusual fatigue, or symptoms of acute respiratory illness in the last 72 hours. And they also had to demonstrate a measured temperature lower than 38 degrees Celsius. And then when in port, following their 14-day quarantine, they were only able to disembark for essential purposes. They minimized interactions and followed social distancing protocols. The galley and common area followed preventive measures, and there were strict measures for any transfer between vessel and shore. And I would note that similar protocols were followed by the Secretariat that were stationed within ports. In fact, here you see one Secretariat member who was on a vessel and the other one who is assigned to that port. And then to wrap up, oh, looks like the last slide wasn't on there, but I did want to announce that there will be a review of the tender specifications and charter maps for 2021. We will have a session on Thursday, the 28th of January at 6 p.m. And there'll be an Adobe Connect registration, which we will circulate and put in the help desk box.
All right, thanks, Lara.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Lara. Questions for Lara? Peter.
Sorry, there's a bit of a lag there. Just curious, Lara, with COVID-19, what protocols do you have in place if a crew or staff does show symptoms once a trip is taken place or then possibly test positive? So what kind of protocols do you have for that crew or staff member? And
Thanks, Dave, and thanks, Lara. Richard, I see you have a question.
Yes, Laura, can you hear me? Yes. Yes, through the chair. So I have another just curious question. Were there any positive test results during the summer? And what was the additional costs for COVID protocols? I noticed you have to put up a staff member on a vessel for 14 days for quarantine. Who pays for that? a follow-up question. So were there any costs in additional sanitization? Or I see when you put people in quarantine, they're still working, so not losing any work time. But any other additional costs that were incurred by any of these protocols? Thank you.
Commissioner Alperson. Bob, did you have a question? Not sure that Bob does, but Peter, you look like you have a question.
I'm just barely picking you up, Paul. Did you?
Can you hear me now?
I had a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
So this would be to the Secretariat. I noticed in the applications for tendering that the Commission staff has put in, or the Secretary has put in, a waiver of subrogation that they're asking for the boats. And I just want to highlight that issue, that a lot of the liability insurance, at least on the U.S. side, fight really hard about waiving subrogation, but they will put the Halibut Commission on as an additional assured to those policies that the fleet has. So I was wondering if the Secretary could go back to our legal counsel. I assume that they recommended this, and maybe get an opinion on being added as an additional assurer as opposed to requesting the boats to waive subrogation. That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Glenn. Thanks, Glenn, for noting that. Peter.
Yeah, actually, I would echo those same sentiments. I do have a kind of a follow-up question. What kind of, to my earlier question, what kind of contingency plans do we have if one of the test vessels cannot proceed due to restrictions or policy in place where they have to possibly tie up and not proceed to work, or have a number of Okay.
Glenn, did you have another question? Glenn, did you have another question? Lara, I'm expecting not, but if not, we can come back to this. I want to thank you for your presentation. I have one question about, and maybe you covered this, and so apologies if you have. I was wondering, at the end of the season, you have a debrief with the field staff and skippers, and I was just wondering, any lessons learned came out of those debriefs, and any changes going forward for 2021 for the COVID protocols? All right, thanks very much, Lara. Glenn, I'm just going to check one more time. Do you have a question for Lara? No, I think that's probably it, Lara. Again, thank you for the presentation and for the work you did to make the fish survey work, along with your staff and all the field staff to get that information gathered for the year. Much appreciated. It does for sure. So we can move on to 5.2 now. So Dr. Webster, I believe, is going to be providing us the modeling of space-time modeling of survey data and designs for 21 through 23.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and the audience online. Please let me know if you have any difficulty hearing me, otherwise I'll just continue. I'll be presenting, as noted, space-time modeling of the survey data and the FIS designs for 2021 to 23. I'll begin with a brief review of the history of the FIS from 1993 to 2010, and then following with some words on the expansions we undertook since then. There'll be space-time modeling results for 2020. The design objectives of the FIS will be reviewed again. The review process and the timeline for designing FIS for implementation in coming years, we'll go over that. And then the designs for the FIS for 2021 to 2023, the proposed scientific designs by the IPHC Secretariat will be reviewed. And we'll discuss the consideration of cost that goes into implementing these designs. So the IPHC FIS is our most important source of data on Pacific halibut, provides the data for estimating weight and numbers per unit effort, indices of density and abundance of Pacific halibut. We use these for estimating stock trends, the stock distribution, and it's an important input in the IPHC stock assessment. The FIS also provides the biological data used by the stock assessment. A standardized FIS has been conducted by the IPHC each year since 1993, and standardized for bait and fishing gear. For the 93 to 97 period, the coverage was limited and generally restricted to the core IPHC regulatory areas of 2B, 2C, 3A, and 3B. The modern FIS design on a 10 by 10 nautical mile grid began in 1998, and by 2001 we had annual coverage in all IPHC regulatory areas. Although, until more recently, the coverage was limited in scope to a depth range of 20 to 275 fathoms in the Gulf of Alaska and Aleutian Islands, and 75 to 275 fathoms along the Bering Sea's shelf edge. And prior to 2011, this was the basic annual design for the FIS. The stations in orange are here. Each dot represents a station. And the stations in orange are those that were fished prior to 2011. And the stations in purple are those that we've subsequently added to our grid since 2011. So following 2010, we noticed there was unsampled habitat and the presence of this unsampled habitat created the potential for bias in our estimates from the FIS data. If the densities of Pacific halibut were higher or lower in that unsampled habitat, then our estimates would be biased. This led the Secretariat to propose expanding the FIS coverage to include that unsurveyed habitat. We began with pilot expansions in Regulatory Area 2A in 2011, where we expanded into deep waters down to 400 fathoms and shallow waters down to 10 fathoms, up to 10 fathoms, and other missing stations, including gaps in amongst the grid that was already fished. And in 2013, we added stations off Northern California. The 2011 pilot demonstrated the ability of the FIS gear and vessels to sample those deep and shallow waters. And in California, the observer and recreational catch implied the need for a FIS expansion south of the Oregon-California border, which we did in those pilots and subsequent expansions. So from 2014 to 29, we planned a series of FIS expansions that was undertaken in all IPHC regulatory areas. The areas were prioritized for expansion depending on the amount of unsurveyed habitat and the potential for bias in the estimates of weight per unit effort, numbers per unit effort. And they proceeded as follows. In 2014, we expanded further in 2A and we expanded in regulatory area 4A. In 4A, the expanded expansion stations represented 42% of the overall total grid in 4A. In 2015 was a slightly different year. In that year, we expanded. We once again fished an expansion we'd undertaken previously in 2006 of the Eastern Bering Sea flats, and that's an expansion that was paired with stations on the NIMS Troll survey and allowed us to undertake a calibration between those, revise our calibration of the FIS and the NIMS Troll survey, and we found that the data from this revision, this new calibration study, was consistent with the study we'd done in 2006. And so from then on, we combined the data from the two studies and our calibration of those two surveys. In 2016, we expanded further in 4CE up to the Bering Sea shelf edge, adding a full 62% of stations that had previously been unfished. 2017, we again revisited 2A and fished a new expansion in 4B. Again, the majority of the stations in 4B had previously been unfished in the IPHC FIS. 2018, we added 2B and 2C, and 2019, 3A and 3B. So, in summary, during those expansions, the FIS occupied for the first time 34% of the stations on the full 10 nautical mile grid that had previously been unsampled. So that's a substantial amount of unsampled habitat for Pacific halibut that we fished for the first time in that expansion series. And the result was an improved understanding of halibut density and distribution. We reduced bias, with indices for several IPHC regulatory areas being revised upwards or downwards, and uncertainty in estimates of weight per unit effort and numbers per unit effort was reduced in most regulatory areas. These improvements were apparent throughout the time series, not only in the year in which the expansion was undertaken. And this resulted with a full expanded grid of 1,890 stations, and that's provided us with a full 10 by 10 nautical mile grid design from which stations can be selected for sampling in each annual FIS. So this figure here shows that full 10 by 10 nautical mile grid in orange. All the stations that include that were fished prior to 2011, and with the addition of those stations that were fished as part of the expansion, and now together our full grid. It also shows in blue the NIMS Troll Survey grid, at least as it was fished in 2019, that we use for calibration and producing indices for regulatory area 4 CDE. So while we don't undertake a survey every year in the shallower waters of the Bering Sea, we do obtain data every year from the NIMS Troll Survey, with the exception of 2020, which we then calibrate through the 2006 and 2015 surveys, in which we overlapped the NIMS Troll Survey to produce a consistent index for the entire of the U.S. portion of the Bering Sea. And added to that, in recent years, there's been an annual survey in Norton Sound, and that included 2020, which was our only data source for 2020 in the Bering Sea, conducted by Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And prior to, I think, 2017, that was a triennial survey. But in recent years, it's been an annual survey. So these data, since 2016, have been assembled using space-time modeling to produce the weight per unit effort and numbers per unit effort estimates. And the modeling has two key purposes. It smooths the data in time and space. So it makes use of information on spatial and temporal relationships among survey stations to sort the signal from the noise. And it fills in gaps in survey coverage using model predictions while accounting for uncertainty. Previously, we had ad hoc scaling factors based on ratios of averages in surveyed and unsurveyed habitat, which is a very cumbersome and unsatisfying way of dealing with gaps in coverage. And this space-time modeling has allowed us to do this in a much more consistent manner, while accounting for the uncertainty, particularly in years in which those stations may not be fished. And these estimates from the space-time model are produced for biological regions, IPHC regulatory areas, and coastwide for the conventional waters from San Francisco Bay to the Bering Strait. The methods themselves have been reviewed several times by our IPHC Scientific Review Board, who've endorsed the space-time modeling approach, and the modeling methods have been published in peer-reviewed journal. In fact, we've had at least one other paper which uses those methods in publication as well. Moving on to the results for 2020, which my colleague Dr. Stewart will be going on into in more detail. This is 032 weight per unit effort by biological region, and the blue dots represent the estimates from the space-time model, and the shaded blue regions around those dots are measures of uncertainty. Specifically, they're 95% credible intervals for those estimates. So there's 95% chance the true value is somewhere within that shaded region. And so you can see for most of these areas, uncertainty is quite low. We have quite precise estimates of this index. And overall, coastwide, we saw a 6% estimated increase from 2019 to 2020, with the main source of that increase being region 3, and with smaller changes in other biological regions. Moving on to all sizes numbers per unit effort, which is the main index used by the IPHC stock assessment. We essentially saw a stable index on the coastwide basis, and small to modest changes in by region. Mostly stable from regions 3 and 4 and 4B, with a modest change downwards in region 2. We also, as my colleague Laura Erickson outlined, we undertook a second gear comparison study, this time in regulatory area 2B in 2020. And the space-time modeling includes parameters allowing for the gear differences in catch rates. So the data from both fixed hook and snap gear are used in the space-time modeling, but we model the difference. We estimate the difference between those two gears, and then when we're creating our indices that are used in the assessment that we present here, we standardized to the fixed gear so that all data mean the same. So all the estimates mean the same thing, are consistent. And the results were generally consistent with our 2019 study, which was conducted in regulatory area 2C. On average, weight per unit effort and numbers per unit effort was lower on snap gear as it was in 2019. We had 72 to 83% of fixed gear catch rates on snap gear compared to with 86% in 2C in 2019. And there's quite a bit of uncertainty in those estimates, and there was greater uncertainty in 2020 due to this being a smaller study than the 2019 study. And all the 95% intervals included 100%. So while the estimates at face value imply that snap gear is catching at a lower rate than fixed gear, there's quite a bit of uncertainty about that, and the uncertainty does include the possibility that there's no difference between those gears. So we are planning further studies to collect additional data to help reduce that uncertainty in order to better understand the relative efficiency of the gears and to also understand potential variability across time and space. And future modeling will combine data across multiple regulatory areas. At the moment, we're modeling 2C and 2B separately, but we can combine the data from those models and perhaps get more, reduce the uncertainty in the overall estimates of gear differences. So in previous presentations, our FIS objectives have been referred to, and we have broken our objectives for the FIS into primary, secondary, and tertiary objectives. And our primary objective is the scientific objective, and that's to sample Pacific halibut for stock assessment and stock distribution estimation. And that objective has corresponding design layer, and we have minimal sampling requirements in terms of station distribution, the number of stations we need, and also the skates we need per station. And particularly the last one's related to biological samples and the number of age samples we get. Secondary objective is long-term revenue neutrality, logistics and cost, operational feasibility, and cost and revenue neutrality. And tertiary objectives include minimizing removals on the stock and assisting others on a cost recovery basis. So which is something we didn't do in 2020, but that's generally partnering with other agencies to help them collect data of interest or of mutual interest on a cost recovery basis. And also tertiary objective includes IPHC policies, which might be ad hoc decisions of the Commission regarding the FIS design. So based on these objectives, the Secretariat has developed methods for evaluating potential future FIS designs and presented proposed designs for review. The methods for evaluation were reviewed at 3 SRB meetings. Design proposals for 2020 to 2022 were presented at previous IAMs and annual meetings. And for 2021 and 23 was presented most recently at the interim meeting in November. And at the AM097 last year's annual meeting, the Commission has adopted an enhanced version of one of the proposed designs. So following the completion of the coastwide expansion series in 2019, the 2019-20 period was the first year that fully rationalized designs could be proposed. It was the first time we had our full 1,890 station FIS grid for use in developing future designs. So beginning in 2020, it's expected that the design proposal and review process going forward will be as follows, and some of this has already been underway, of course, that the Secretariat will present design proposals, scientifically based design proposals for the SRB to review for 3 subsequent years at the June meeting. And in June this year, we did present 21 to 23 design proposals. The first review of commissioners will occur at the, by commissioners of these proposals will occur at the September work meeting, revised if necessary based on SRB input. And this has been completed as well. The presentation of the proposed designs at the November will also be undertaken at the November interim meeting for approval by the commissioners. And this was undertaken in 2021 for the 21 to 23 designs, at the interim meeting and subsequent special sessions. Ad hoc modifications are still possible at the annual meeting due to unforeseen issues arising. An important part of our process in developing designs includes consultation with industry and stakeholders, and that occurs throughout the FIST planning process. This input is particularly valuable in finalizing design details as part of the FIST charter bid process, when stations might be added to provide for potential logistical efficiency. We also note opportunities for stakeholder input during public meetings and through the IPHC's Research Advisory Board. And putting these processes together in a schematic, this shows the calendar of the review and the analytical sides of the process of developing FIST designs each year. So I'll just step through this. I start from March, following the annual meeting period. And it's over the March to May period that we undertake the analytical side of things, where we develop and revise FIST designs for the subsequent 3 years. And the purpose of that is to have something ready for the SRB review. Let me get my little arrow here. For the SRB review in June. So we have material ready with the 30-day window prior to the meeting in June. If the SRB recommend it, we'll undertake further work over the summer period on developing those designs or modifying those designs, or further analysis to better understand the effect of those designs on estimates. And then in September, the Commission will see the fruits of those labors at the work meeting review. Just after that, the FIST data will be finalized, and then the modeling of the FIST data for that summer period will be undertaken. So that'll include the modeling of all previous year's data, and that'll be our first look at how the new data from the most recent survey impacts our FIST estimates going forwards. Then we'll have the interim meeting decision on the designs in November. I note also here, compare projected and estimated CVs, which is something requested by the Scientific Review Board. And at the annual meeting, the Commission can make ad hoc adjustments to the designs that they approved in November. And I'll also note that there is a dividing line here between the analysis that's undertaken prior to September, for September and earlier, is based on the previous year's data. There is, in order to have the analysis ready for the SRB for comment in June, we won't have the data from that FIST that's taking place at the same time available for us to include in that analysis. There'll always be a lag in the data availability for developing these designs. So once that data comes in, subsequent analyses include the data that's most recently been collected. As noted, another part of this process is stakeholder input, and that occurs essentially throughout the year. But we note that these important periods here, that in preparing the FIS, we get input directly from stakeholders involved in the FIS process. We get input while the FIS is being undertaken. We have feedback following the FIS from skippers and crews and so on. We have the Research Advisory Board is scheduled to meet in February this year, but that meeting is due to shift in schedule to fit better in with this review process to November for subsequent meetings. So we'll have RAB review of our FIS designs around the time of just after the interim meeting, as I understand it. And then during the charter bid submission period itself, we'll also have direct input on the designs that we've proposed and have been approved by the commissioners at the interim meeting. So essentially, input from stakeholders occurred throughout the year. Now for the 2021 to 23 designs, first it's worth noting that due to budgetary constraints and the impact of COVID, neither the proposed nor adopted AM097 designs were implemented in 2020. Instead, sampling was only conducted within the core areas of 2B, 2C, 3A and 3B for the 2020 FIS. And I say only, this was still a major undertaking, and it was fantastic for us as analysts to be able to have still a high quality data source for the majority of the Pacific halibut stock. It really allowed us to provide high quality estimates once again for 2020. But because of this, our proposal for 2021 to 23 had to be modified, and we took what we chose to do was take the original 2020 to 2022 proposals and shift those by a year. And that design, to refresh everyone's memories, used an efficient sub-area sampling design in IPHC regulatory areas 2A, 4A, and 4B, which are the lower density areas, where stock tends to be much patchier and concentrated in a relatively small part of the habitat, but incorporated a randomized design in the core areas of 2B, 2C, and 3A. And I think 3B is supposed to be there as well. And it's likely that this design represents the maximum effort that can be deployed outside the core areas in coming years while still meeting the secondary objective of revenue neutrality. And so this is the design that was proposed for 2021, originally proposed for 2020, but not undertaken due to budgetary and COVID constraints. And as you can see, we have let me get the arrow. We have effort concentrated in the highest density parts of 2A, 4A, and 4B. And we also proposed a full grid in IPHC grid being fished in 4CDE, and a randomized design in the core areas. And in 2022, we have a similar design, but different stations, making sure we fish all the stations we didn't fish in the core areas. In 2021, we fished them in 2022, plus a few other stations. Otherwise, the design is unchanged in the other areas. But over time, we start to go back, revisit the areas and the stations that we haven't fished previously. So our analysis demonstrated that we don't need to fish all of these stations every year in order to have a precise design with low bias. And so we emphasize effort in areas with the highest density initially, but then when in order to maintain low bias and high precision throughout the time series, we revisit these on other parts of those regulatory areas on an intermittent basis. And while we don't see these parts of 2A in the south and the central part of 2A in 2023, they would be fished in subsequent years. So projected CVs. The CV is the coefficient of variation. It's the amount of uncertainty, but in a relative sense. So you can compare it across areas or over time in a more in a fairer manner. So it's the variance, the standard deviation, divided by the mean. So a relative measure of variability. And historically, we've maintained CVs at 15% or lower in our regulatory areas, in general, with some exceptions, but in general. And it's so that's become one of our goals, is to maintain that quality of data by keeping the CVs within those 15%, within that 15%, 0 to 15% range. And so with the proposed designs, we have high sampling rates in regulatory areas 2B, 2C, 3A, 3B, and 4CD, which will ensure that we have precise estimates coming out of the space-time modeling for weight per unit effort and numbers per unit effort. The CVs will remain low. With randomized or full sampling designs in those areas, we'll have unbiased estimation as well. In other regulatory areas, where we're not proposing fishing the full habitat footprint every year, we're projecting the following CVs going forwards. And that is, in summary, for 2A, 4A, and 4B, following 2020 and implementing those designs as we had proposed that have been proposed, we will return to getting the CVs within our 0 to 15% target range over the subsequent 3 years. So again, returning to highly precise data for estimating stock distribution and stock trends in those regulatory areas. The Scientific Review Board, in their meetings in 2020, recommended that the Commission endorse the final 2021 FIST design as proposed by the Secretariat, and as seen a few slides previous. And they also provisionally endorsed the 2020 and 2023 designs, recognizing that phase will be reviewed again at subsequent meetings. And I'll have a slide on that in a moment. In the Commission's decision, at its intercessional, the Commission's intercessional decision on December 8th stated that the Commission recommended that the IPHC Secretariat proceed with an optimized version of the minimum 2021 design, involving additional 398 stations within the areas covered by the minimum 2021 FIST design, and where feasible, adding additional skates on each station. And the Commission reserved the right to make ad hoc adjustments at this current annual meeting based on updated information. And that Commission-approved design for 2021 looks a lot like the design that we had proposed, but with increased station density in regulatory areas 2B, north of Vancouver Island, 2C, 3A, and the far eastern part of 3B, in order to meet our goals of revenue, long-term revenue neutrality. These are the regulatory areas or parts of regulatory areas where we tend to make money on the survey, and so by increasing station coverage in those areas, we can help achieve those goals of long-term revenue neutrality. Now, each year, as noted in that timeline, there'll be an annual revision of the FIST design proposals going forward. While we propose designs for 2022 to 2023 to provide some understanding of our process going forwards and our in terms of when we're going to fish each part of the full FIST design in coming years, and to provide some predictability for our FIST team. We do get new data on an annual basis, and new information on an annual basis from outside sources as well, such as the fishery and observer data and recreational data that may inform the designs going forward. And so local contraction or expansion of the distribution or changes in variability in sub-areas might lead to revisions in the future frequency of sampling. Particularly, we're talking about areas 2A, 4A, 4B, and 4CD, in which we're not sampling the entire footprint, even on a randomized basis, on an annual basis. And so with new data coming in and new information possibly from external sources, we will be reviewing those designs on an annual basis, and that'll be part of the analysis that's undertaken prior to the SRB meeting over the spring period, and will feed into the results that we present to the SRB in June. So we're not setting things in stone for the next 3 years. At each in this year, we're not proposing that we set 2022 and 2023 designs. Those are provisional designs pending new information that comes on an annual basis. And again, related to our secondary objective of long-term revenue neutrality, these designs that we proposed did incorporate some consideration of cost. And so I'm not just referring to the design that the Commission has approved. The Enhanced Design Commission has approved at the 2020 interim meeting. But the designs that we proposed had consideration of cost by using logistically efficient sub-area designs in lower density areas, 2A, 4A, and 4B in particular in our designs, in our proposals. We could have proposed randomized designs in those regulatory areas as well. That would have made them a lot more expensive and likely would have made them unfeasible for the survey to undertake as part of an annual FIS. So the goal here was to provide statistically efficient and logistically feasible designs for consideration by the Commission. We note that the FIS is funded by sales of captured fish is intended to have long-term revenue neutrality, meaning that any design must also be evaluated in terms of the following factors: expected catch of halibut, expected sales price, charter vessel costs, bait costs, and secretariat costs. And balancing these factors may result in modifications to the design proposals, as occurred at the interim meeting last year. At present, with stocks near historic lows and low prices for fish sales, the current funding model may require that some low-density habitat be omitted from the design entirely, as occurred in 2020. If this occurs, that will have implications for data quality going forward, particularly if such reductions in effort relative to proposed designs continue over multiple years. Our proposals that we made last year and the year before are based on scientific criteria, maintaining precise estimates and reducing the chance of bias. And so any reductions in effort will have consequences for bias and for the precision of the estimates that come out of those designs. And finally, the recommendation for this paper is simply that the Commission note that the Commission note the accompanying paper that proposed the designs for 2021 to 2023. And with that, I will turn it back to the chair for questions.
All right, thanks very much, Dr. Webster. I'll see which questions commissioners may have for you. Glenn, I see your hand up. Do you have a question? Thanks, Dave. Did that address your question, Glenn?
information from the Aleutian Islands out east were available or considered by the IPHC staff, or if they typically are in your process.
In past years, we did make some use of the sablefish survey. That was prior to us undertaking our own expansion in deeper waters. We found those data were able to provide some kind of index when we did a rough calibration with our own survey where they overlapped to provide some information on halibut densities in deeper waters prior to us having visited those deeper waters ourselves. Once we undertook our expansions in regulatory, and if you're talking about the Aleutians in particular, we undertook our expansion in regulatory of 4A in 2014. So I don't think we ever used the sablefish data in 4A directly, but we did use it in 3A and 3B, maybe 2C, I'm not sure, and 2C and 4CD, I think. We know. Did those expansions, we had our own information from those deeper waters, and since then we've not used the sablefish data. It's much easier to well, what we do in those deeper waters when we don't have a survey is we're using the space-time model to make a prediction in those waters. And in 4A this year, the whole survey was a prediction. And then at least we don't, in this case, going forward, we don't have to rely on a calibration with the sablefish survey, which I know has some issues regarding whale depredation, and we weren't entirely getting consistent. Once we fished those waters ourselves, we weren't getting entirely consistent results from the sablefish survey with what our own surveys showed. So we've discontinued using those data.
All right. Any other questions from commissioners for Dr. Webster? I don't see any. Oh, go ahead, Bob.
So, Ray, I'm not sure, or David, on this agenda item, if we approve under this agenda item the 2020 FIS, or if we do, or sometime down this week we do. You had some cost estimates for some of these areas, and as I recall, the overall FIS that you proposed was about $240,000 in the hole for 2020. Do you have any new numbers for us on that, or will that come up later in the agenda? So, follow-up question, Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Bob.
So, what were changes made, David, to those designs, or are they the same as we looked at? And so the 240,000, is the projection still a deficit, or are you assuming a better market, or why the minimal amount of loss? Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks, Bob. Peter.
Thanks, Ray. A couple questions. The first is on the gear comparison study. I noticed in past presentations there was consideration to maybe possibly looking at different habitat. I didn't notice that this time. Is that still a consideration? You're looking at different habitats for.
Thank you, Commissioner DeGreef. That's our intention with undertaking the gear comparison in different regulatory areas. So in 2019, we did it throughout 2C, and in 2020, we undertook it in the St. James region of 2B. In 2021, we have a proposal to do it in part of 3A, I understand. I haven't looked at that for a while. But the idea is that it's possible that when you shift from one gear type to another, or one as we looked at in 2012, one bait type to another, that the difference between those gears or difference between those baits or whatever it is you're looking at, if you're making some change to a standardized survey going forward, that difference might vary in space. So it might be that the difference between the gears might be different in 2B and 2C because of the unique habitats there than it is in 3A or out in the Aleutian Islands. And so the only way we can get a handle on those spatial differences by undertaking that comparison at a broader spatial scale. And so that's our intention. That has been intention with doing it in two different places in 2020 and 2021, 2019 and 2020, and going forwards as well, to provide more information. So we feel confident with any scaling factors or calibrations that we're locking in based on our data that they are representative throughout the habitat in which those two gears are used.
Excellent, thank you. Second question through the chair is on slide 33. And it has to do with consideration of cost. And I was just curious as to how you would include long-term revenue neutrality rather than simply singular year in those considerations of costs, seeing that we would like to minimize bias over time. So how is that integrated? I think Dr. Wilson just answered part of it. It sounds like we might take a bit of a loss this year. Last year we made a little bit of money. So is that kind of the idea that over the long term, it's a revenue neutrality, and some years you may take a little loss, and some years you may
Wilson is better placed to answer this question, but yes, that's my understanding, that, and that's how we proceeded in past years as well, that on an annual basis we may take a loss in one year and make it up in subsequent years and vice versa. Dr. Wilson might have more to say.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, thanks very much, Peter. Dr. Wilson, just following up on Commissioner Marilyn, Commissioner DeGreeve's questions. In 2020, we commissioners received relatively frequent reports as the fish survey was conducted, and just to see how we were doing on costs and revenue, and just keeping a track of that. I assume that that will be done again in 2021, just to make sure that we don't get surprises that will run into a larger deficit before that occurs. All right, thanks very much. Any other questions, Commissioner Merrill?
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Dr. Wilson and Commissioner Merrill. If you refer to paper 6, you will actually see the breakout of the revenue from U32 sales as well as the O32 sales, and we'll continue to provide that in detail moving forward.
Okay, Dr. Webster, I don't see any further questions for you. Thanks very much for your presentation on what's planned for 2021 for the survey. With that, we'll let you go and move on to the next agenda item. On 5.3.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Webster. So yes, we'll be calling on Dr. Ian Stewart to present to you 5.3 and paper 08, which is the stock assessment. So over to you, Dr. Stewart, as the team brings up the presentation for paper 08. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you and good afternoon. While we're waiting for the slides to come up, I'm pleased to present the results of the 2020 stock assessment and the projections for 2021. Hopefully everybody can hear me and now see my slides. I actually have 2 presentations, and I'll plan to take a break toward the end of this first presentation at the discretion of the chair. So the quick summary of the stock assessment presentation for this year is that we see We see again the 2011 and 2012 year classes present in both the FIS and fishery data collected in 2020. We've seen these year classes coming for a couple of years now, and they were again present in the data. However, the strength of these year classes, although it's better than 2006 to 10, it remains uncertain, and we get different estimates across the 4 stock assessment models. So although we've seen these year classes for a few years now, we are still learning about the magnitude, and additional years' data are going to tell us more and more as time goes on. We do this year project continued stock decline, and this is consistent with the results from stock assessment models over the last 4 to 5 years. However, you'll see that the overall reference level TCEY is actually up slightly, and that's a function of 2 things. One, slightly more optimistic results from this year's stock assessments, about half the difference from last year to this year, and the other half is the change in the reference fishing level of fishing intensity from an F46 to an F43. So a small increase in the amount of fishing intensity at the reference level for 2021. And this is a function of the results of the management strategy evaluation process that you'll hear more about from my colleague, Dr. Alan Hicks. And finally, we did see a fairly sharp change in stock distribution in 2020, with a strong increase in Region 3 and a decrease in Region 2. And I'll speak more to this as I move through the presentation. So as I mentioned at the beginning, I do have the results of this year's assessment. I'll be presenting these divided up into 4 sections: the data, the modeling results, the projections in the decision table, and then at the discretion of the chair, I'll probably suggest a break at that point and then come back for the results of the application of the interim management procedure and the more detailed results down to individual fishery sector. So we've seen quite a level of detail in terms of the overall mortality from 2020 and some of the details of the FIS survey that was conducted in 2020. I'm going to step back a bit now and provide a slightly broader view and try to put some of that more detailed information into the context of the overall Pacific halibut population, as well as the results from this year's stock assessment. So in this figure, you see all the sources of mortality over the last several decades, with the low in the late 1970s through the early 80s, 2 peaks then in the late 1980s and early 2000s, the decrease through about 2012, and then recently total mortality levels relatively consistent around 40 million pounds coastwide. You'll note that in 2020 we saw a reduction in most sectors, and this was due to 2 factors. One, the reduced limits set by the Commission at AM096, and 2, all of the other challenges that occurred in 2020. As you saw, most fishery sectors came in below their overall allocation. And so some fish were left essentially in the water in 2020, and those fish are accounted for in this year's stock assessment. We use our best estimates of the sources of mortality, and so the benefit to the stock has been rolled into this year's stock assessment. I want to start by showing you the projections that we made at last year's annual meeting. So based on the catch limits or the mortality limits that were set for 2020, we were projecting at that time an overall level of mortality just over 38 million pounds, based on all of the various sources, including those inside the TCEY and U26 non-directed discards outside the TCEY, a total of just over 38 million pounds. At the interim meeting, and noting that the Commission did adopt a couple of years ago now the approach of using a 3-year average to project non-directed discards to avoid some of the interannual variability that we've seen in those estimates. Now, I note that at the interim meeting, we had a projection that the overall level of mortality was substantially below what had been projected. So at that time, at the interim meeting and for the initial analysis of the stock assessment, we estimated that the overall mortality was about 35.5 million pounds. And noting that the 3-year average for non-directed discards, again, being used in the interim management procedure, was substantially higher than that, reflecting the sequential decrease over the last several years down to that 5 million pound estimate. However, as have several quantities in this assessment, in this presentation, have been updated since the interim meeting, and now we see that this estimate is even lower. So you saw in Ms. Erickson's presentation that our overall estimate of mortality is just over 35 million pounds. And so that means that the 3-year average used in interim management procedure projections for non-directed discards is now at 5.79 million pounds. And as you'll see as I move through this presentation, there have been a number of updates, and I'll try to highlight specifically where things have changed since the initial presentation of results at the interim meeting. But know that as we move into the projections at the end of this presentation, we're using all of the updated values from post-season that were provided to the Commission in early January. So I do want to highlight the change from 2019 to 2020 in non-directed discards. Again, this is mortality from fisheries that are not legally allowed to retain Pacific halibut, also known as bycatch. And I note that from 2019 to 2020, the best estimate is that we saw a 29% decrease in these values, down to 4.68 million pounds, which is the lowest in the entire time series. You see that 30 years ago, these estimates were in the range of 15 to 20 million pounds, and essentially have been sequentially decreasing over this entire time series. Just 2 years ago, I reported in 2018 that we had reached the lowest value in the time series, and after a slight uptick in 2019, we're again at the lowest value in the time series. Now, these values do get updated year on year, but overall this trend has changed very little. And what this means, as you saw from Ms. Erickson's presentation, is that non-directed discards now comprise only 13% of the total mortality coast-wide. So that's essentially the smallest contribution overall that we've seen in recent decades. And of course, that will be important as we look to the projections and the breakdown across sectors, because all of this mortality, both the O26 and the U26, is accounted for in the projections that we make each year. So I'll move now into the data sources, and as we've done for several years, I'll present the data at 2 different levels of resolution. The first is at biological regions, and this is the most efficient way to think about population level processes and look at trends across the entire stock. And then I will also present information at the level of individual IPHC regulatory areas, which of course is the most relevant to management actions and individual fishery participation. So moving first into the modeled survey results. You've seen this figure in the previous presentation from Dr. Webster. This represents the output from the space-time model here at the level of individual biological region. And this is the trend, the modeled survey trend in numbers of fish per skate or per unit effort. And I'll highlight a few things here. The first, as you heard from Dr. Webster, we see a 1% decrease at the coastwide level. So this follows several years of decrease, but over the last 3 years, we've seen a much smaller decrease, of course, than we saw from 2016 to 2017. And that was particularly pronounced in regions 2 and 3 in sequential years. We saw a relatively sharp drop. Now, you'll notice that as in the image that was shown by Dr. Webster, we've got confidence intervals associated with these values. And at the coastwide level, you can see that the shaded interval is almost imperceptible around the point estimates. What this means is that in 2020, despite the reduction in the overall survey coverage, we achieved what is very close to the best FIS survey we've had in the entire time series. And this is partly due to the benefit of having completed the overall spatial expansion over the years 2014 to 2019. And it's also due to the very extensive sampling that was performed in 2020 across 2B, 2C, 3A, and 3B. Essentially, we sampled the core of the stock at 100% of our sampling density in our 1,890 station grid. Now, I do want to highlight two regions, Region 4 and Region 4B, where we did not sample directly in 2020. And you'll note there that the shaded intervals in both of those biological regions are much broader in 2020 than they were in 2019. And in some cases, for example, 4B, we've not had a very precise survey in 4B since the year that we did the expansion there, and that would be 4 years ago, where you see much tighter credible intervals in that area, that region. So how do we know what's going on in these areas, and why do we still get such a precise estimate at the coast-wide level? Well, the space-time model takes into account sampling that was done in adjacent stations and sampling that was done previously at stations that were unsampled in a particular year. So many of these stations in 4B and 4 we did sample in 2019, and so we have some residual information from the previous visit to these stations. However, much of the information is dictated just by the depth of the station and other things that don't change over time. And as such, we'd expect these stations to drift slowly back toward the mean in the absence of sampling. And that's why we do see broader confidence intervals there. Now, because we sampled very extensively over the core of the stock, when we look at the coastwide level, even if region 4 and 4B were at the high or the low end of those intervals, we would still be very close to the same estimate coastwide. So the take home from all this is that we did achieve a very precise estimate of the overall population trends, so we can have a high level of confidence in the assessment. And in the areas where we didn't sample directly, those are the areas that we probably want to look more carefully at some of the other supplementary sources of data to see whether we see a similar pattern in the fishery data in particular as we have projected from the survey in the absence of sampling. So I'll try to highlight those as I go along. Okay, moving now from numbers per unit effort into weight per unit effort. And you'll note here that we see a slightly different trend coastwide, although we still see an overall decline through the mid-2000s and then somewhat flatter after that. The drop from 2016 to 17 is not nearly as sharp. And in fact, you see a 2% increase at the end of the time series. And this is because the weight per unit effort includes not only the number of Pacific halibut in the water, but also the size of those fish. And so what this means when we see a more positive trend in the weight per unit effort than we do in the numbers, this suggests that more of the productivity, especially between 2019 and 2020, is coming from growth rather than recruitment. So what we have is fish in the water that are getting larger rather than more new fish coming in. If we saw the reverse pattern, we could infer that we had higher recruitment and less growth. But what we see here is more growth and less recruitment. Now, if we break that down into individual IPHC regulatory areas, we have a finer level of detail. And I'll call your attention to two areas in particular. The first is 2B, which saw a 10% decrease in weight per unit effort of legal size, or O32 Pacific halibut. And I present these here because this is most comparable to my next set of slides, which will represent the commercial fishery landings, which is, again, O32 Pacific halibut. So we saw a decrease in 2B, it was the largest on the coast at 10%, and we saw an increase in IPHC regulatory area 3A at 24%, following on the heels of a fairly large decrease in 2019 in area 3A. And so looking back now over a series of 6 to 8 years in IPHC regulatory area 3A, you can see we've had a relatively flat trend over that time period, with 2019 being the lowest point and the increase in 2020 essentially bringing 3A back to roughly that level that we've seen over the last several years. In the bottom right-hand panel of this figure, you see we saw a 6% increase in O32 weight per unit effort. That, compared to the 2% change at the coastwide weight per unit effort of all sizes of Pacific halibut, indicates that much of the growth is occurring for fish that are over the 32-inch minimum size limit. And so what that tells us is that not only are we seeing more of the productivity coming from growth, but that growth is largely occurring above the minimum size limit between 2019 and 2020. And as you'll see, that's very consistent with the movement of the 2011 and 2012 year classes above the minimum size limit in large part in 2020. So the result of the FIS survey and the modeled survey results for 2020 is also used to calculate the biological stock distribution. And here at the regional level, you can see perhaps the long-term trend of increasing stock distribution in region 2 and decrease in region 3, but then the change from 2019 to 20 of a fairly sharp decrease in region 2 and increase in region 3. And as you'll see when we get to the detailed management results and the application of the interim management procedure, that jump in 2020 will have a strong effect on the distribution subsequently of TCEY as that filters through the calculations of the interim management procedure. So moving now into fishery trends, this is the coast-wide fishery trend. This is based on logbooks reported to the IPHC across all IPHC regulatory areas. You see the broad pattern is quite similar. We had higher abundance or higher catch rates prior to the early 2000s. We saw that strong decrease through about 2010, and then we've seen relatively flat coast-wide fishery performance since then. Now, these records, of course, are not yet complete. We continue to accumulate logbooks since the closing of the data sets for the stock assessment, and we will, of course, get some more mailed to us over the winter. And the last few from 2020 will be collected when our port samplers first encounter these vessels at the beginning of next fishing season. And so the terminal year is always preliminary, and what we found in recent years is that when we collect the rest of the logs, we generally end up with a reduction in the downward direction of the estimated catch rate. And looking at the same kinds of offsets that we've seen in previous years, we would estimate an essentially flat trend when all logs are accounted for, as compared to 2% up with the logs that were available back in the fall. If we break this down now into some more detail, we have for several years provided the logbook trends broken down by fishery sector where that's most appropriate and by gear type where that's most appropriate, noting that, as I mentioned before, we didn't have direct sampling in IPHC Regulatory Area 2A in 2020, and there we note that the catch rates were up for both the tribal and the non-tribal fisheries. However, both of those fisheries occurred at different times and in slightly different formats than we have seen in recent years. So I would say those data are somewhat challenging to interpret directly, although there certainly isn't evidence of bad news there. Moving then to IPHC Regulatory Area 2B, you can see that both fixed hook and snap gear, and snap gear does comprise the bulk of the fishing mortality in IPHC Regulatory Area 2B. In that regulatory area, you see both of those gear types were down, and they've been going down for several years now to 2020. The trends were slightly more mixed, but relatively flat in IPHC Regulatory Area 2C. And perhaps in 2C, you can see quite clearly the offset between the gear types, which is similar to our point estimates from the survey, which is that snap gear tends to catch fewer pounds of halibut per skate than fixed hook gear, with some variability, of course, across IPHC regulatory areas, which is why we are conducting the experiment directly within the FIS. To better be able to use both gear types in our FIS survey design. Moving now to the center of the stock, again, you see somewhat mixed trends across the gear types. And in fact, I think this is a good illustration of where you can see as much difference between the gear types, perhaps, as we tend to see between the fishery and the FIS survey year on year. So in IPHC Regulatory Area 3A, we see snap gear was up 11%, but fixed hook was down 1%. And similarly in 3B, there was about a 6% difference between the two gear types. And so when you look at the change year on year, we see these differences. But if we back up and look at the overall trend, we see quite a similar pattern with, of course, different year-to-year variability. But all of these are indicating that we've come down from much higher catch rates in the early 2000s, and things have been relatively stable since then, with some ups and downs that do vary between the gear types. The last panel for fishery catch rates is Region 4 and 4B. And I'll call your attention particularly to this region because these three IPHC regulatory areas are areas for which we do not have direct FIS sampling in 2020. And so I note that in 4A, we had mixed signals, but the time series remains at or near the lowest we've seen since the mid-1980s. Note that all of these panels go back to the transition from J hooks to circle hooks. Prior to that, the catch per unit effort is not directly comparable because of the large difference in catchability between the two hooks. In the center panel here, you see IPHC Regulatory Area 4B. And this, I would say, is one of the clearest indications of a signal that we did not see in the set line survey because we didn't sample there, but there both gear types were down relatively strongly, 9% in the case of fixed hook and 45% in the case of snap gear. And although there is a substantial amount of year-to-year variability, both of these gear types are now at the lowest estimate of catch rate we've seen in their time series. So I do think there is some indication there in 4B that's perhaps worth taking note of. In 4C and 4D, we saw slight increases and catch rates that were relatively consistent with what we've seen in recent years there. So I'll move now into the biological data that we have. This panel shows you the average weight of a Pacific halibut landed at the dock across each of the IPHC regulatory areas. Here I've aggregated all of IPHC areas 4A, 4B, 4C, D, and E so that I can go back a little bit farther in time with the individual data. That's the green series there. But what you can see in this figure is that where we had a fairly strong decline in the coastwide average weight of a Pacific halibut, which is that black line down the center, through about 2010 or 11, since that time period that I've highlighted here, we've seen a relatively flat trend. So I know over a period of time, people grew accustomed to saying, well, the average size of a fish is going down. Well, actually, over the last decade, it's been quite stable. We have not seen further decline. And as we look a little bit deeper into the data, I think we see some indication of why that would be. And specifically, here it is. So at the interim meeting, I presented a summary of the raw information from the FIS survey collected in recent years in terms of weighted age. And while I would still encourage everybody to explore more fully through our interactive tools the raw information, it was a little bit hard to see the individual trends that I was referring to there. So this figure shows you the average body weight of a female Pacific halibut, ages 8, 10, 12, 14, and 16, reconstructed over the whole time series. Now, we don't obviously have comprehensive information from a single source of data, so this is reconstructed from both the fishery and the FIS surveys that occurred over some years. It includes lots of sources of uncertainty, and it's also smooth so that we can see the trends a little bit better, probably better approximating what's actually going on in the population than looking at the individual year-to-year observation variability. But what we see here at the end of the time series, particularly for ages 8, 10, and 12, the bottom three series there, is we can start to see an increase in the average body weight at those three ages. So I think for the first time, we're starting to see evidence that size at age may actually be improving somewhat, particularly for younger halibut. And this is exactly how we would expect to see that. It would start at the youngest ages and propagate its way through into the older ages. You can see that for ages 16, and if I continue to show you older ages on this panel, you'd see a similar pattern. The oldest ages are still actually declining somewhat. So it's a little early to claim a total reversal of the previous trends in size at age, and of course these trends take decades to play out. So even if we are seeing an improvement in size at age, it's likely to be happening very slowly. However, I do think there's some room for optimism here, especially in terms of the younger ages, which are particularly going to be important to the fishery over the next several years. I move now from the average size of fish into the age composition. So this is the fishery age composition since the early 1990s. Each circle on this figure shows you the proportion of the catch in numbers of fish that was at that age in that year. So a big circle means a lot of the catch came from that age. It's showing you two different data sources. One, historically, males and females combined, and then now for 2017 to 2019, males and females separated, with females as the red circles and males as the blue. And you can see here quite quickly that the female circles are much larger, indicating, as we know already, that the fishery catches approximately 80 to 85% females overall, with that being more pronounced at younger ages, where females are more likely to exceed the minimum size limit, and males, of course, less likely to do that. And at the end of the time series for 2020, we don't yet have the sex-specific information, but we do have the age compositions from 2020. And you can see quite clearly the advent or the introduction of the 2011 and 12 year classes at ages 8 and 9 in the 2020 data. And this is, again, really the first time that we've seen these strongly represented in the fishery. And so I'm sure that those of you who spent the year on the water saw that many of those fish that were just sublegal in 2019 are now just over that minimum size limit in 2020. And that'll be more or less pronounced depending on which IPHC regulatory area you might fish in. But we did see this pattern quite consistently across all the way across the distribution of the stock in 2020, both in the survey and, as I'm going to show you in a second, in the fishery data. Now, I did note that we didn't sample Region 4. So if we look particularly, one question might be, well, we saw these year classes represented elsewhere. Do we have any reason to be concerned that maybe these year classes aren't showing up as strongly in unsampled areas as they were in sampled areas? And I think the answer is quite clearly no. You can see strong representation of the 2011 and 12 year class, again shown here in Region 4 in the directed commercial fishery in 2020. So although we don't know for sure that the distribution was exactly the same as we saw in areas that we sampled with the FIS survey, we do have a strong indication that these year classes were present in the unsampled areas. So I think that's a good comparison, and it does suggest that these 2 year classes, 11 and 12, are now old enough to have distributed across, basically across the entire stock range within the convention area. Comparing now finally to the age data from the FIS survey, and here of course we have sex-specific information every year, and we include many younger fish because this includes fish that are below the minimum size limit. We can see for the 3rd year in a row a strong representation of that 11 and 12 year class. So what does this mean? We have trends that are relatively flat, a slight increase in weight per unit effort, and now we're seeing a strong contribution of the 11 and 12 year class. Well, what it means is that these 2 year classes are strong enough to provide some additional productivity to the stock, but not strong enough to radically turn around the trends that we've seen. So we're seeing only a modest increase in trend, meaning these year classes are better than the previous year classes, but again, not strong enough to make a very rapid change in the trajectory of the stock overall. And you'll see that's translated through into the stock assessment and into the projections toward the end of this presentation. So finally, to round out the data section, I'll speak a bit to ecosystem conditions. We've known for some time that when the Northeast Pacific is more productive, we tend to see higher, on average, Pacific halibut recruitment. And one of the ways that we've measured this historically is via the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, which is just a gross metric of overall condition primarily in the Gulf of Alaska. And historically, when the PDO has been positive, on average, we get approximately 30% better recruitment. It's not generally a good predictor of individual year classes, but over a period of decades, when we're in a positive phase, we tend to do a little bit better in terms of incoming year classes, and in negative phase of the PDO tends to correlate with, on average, worse recruitment. And you'll notice at the end of this time series that we have just come from a period from 2006 to 2013 of relatively low PDO values. Now, I just told you that 2011 and 12 look better than 6 through 10. And so you can see already that this is not a good predictor of individual year class strengths. But I do think it's helpful to guide us. And I think the positive piece here is that we do see positive PDO from 2014 through 2019, with 2020 there on the far right-hand axis being the first indication of a negative PDO in several years. Now, again, this is not, we don't have a causation here. This is just a correlation. And for a variety of reasons, it's unclear whether this correlation is still applicable. So we're going to need to wait several more years to see whether these year classes really pan out to be better than 2006 through 2013. But certainly there is some indication from the PDO that there's potential there. So what do I mean by these anomalous conditions in recent years? Well, we've seen quite different conditions both in the Bering Sea and in the Gulf of Alaska. You'll recall that the winters of 2017, 18, and 18 and 19 were quite warm in the Bering Sea. We saw very little sea ice. And this is important because a large fraction of the overall recruits for the coastwide stock spend at least part of their lifetime in the Bering Sea, or at least in the Western Gulf. And so these anomalous conditions, and again, we don't know exactly what this means for Pacific halibut dynamics, but they've been quite different than conditions seen over the last several decades. Similarly, we had continued warm water in the Gulf of Alaska. It wasn't at the same levels as the warm blob that occurred through 2014 to 16, but according to the current definitions of what would be considered a heat wave, which would be a high percentile temperature range for that time of the year, we did have quite a bit of warm water during the summer and fall of 2020. And I would encourage you, there's two references here, I would encourage you to look further into these references. There's a lot more information about both the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. We rely heavily on NIMS science to help us better understand due to the broad amount of sampling that's done in these ecosystems. Of course, the take home here is that we're unsure how this relates to the Pacific halibut stock. We know that some of these conditions have been very, very bad for Pacific cod, and we know some of these conditions have been very conducive to good recruitment for species like sablefish. And so we are essentially waiting to see, as the 2014 and subsequent year classes move into the stock over the next several years, we'll certainly be looking to see whether these conditions that we've seen since 2014 have been overall a positive or a negative for Pacific halibut. But the takeaway is that they were certainly very different than anything we've seen in previous years. So the highlights from the data, as I've shown you, 2011 and 12, no question, they're in the stock. They're not big enough to really change the stock trajectory, but the picture is quite coherent. The trends that we see both in the survey and the fishery, as well as the age comp data, are all saying the same thing about these year classes. And I think that the one point of good news that we can see in the 2020 data is that at least for the younger ages, there does seem to be some improvement in size at age. And this is really the first time in quite a long time that we've seen any indication of a positive trend in size at age. That said, it's coming on the heels of a very long decline since the late 1970s. And so we'll have plenty of time to watch this trend play out before it has a very strong effect on the yield available to the Pacific halibut stock, as well as the yield available to the fishery. So I'll move now into the modeling results from this year's stock assessment from 2020. And you'll recall that last year, the 2019 assessment was a full stock assessment. So we underwent two forms of review, the SRB and an independent peer review. For 2020, we've updated that analysis. We've added new data where we had it, and where a few new components have become available, but there's been no major changes in the structure or the methods. We've reported the incremental changes as we added data sources to the SRB, both in June and September. If you're interested in how these models have evolved and how each of the data sources affected them, you can go to those reports, and there are updates along the way as we made progress on the stock assessment. But the take home for this year is that this is essentially the same assessment as last year, with another year's data included. No big changes. The stock assessment for Pacific halibut relies on an ensemble of 4 individual models, and these represent different ways of putting the data together. And as such, they respond differently when we add new data. In some years, one model will go up and one model will go down a little bit, and that has to do with the differences in how the data are aggregated, both across space and across time. And what this means is that using 4 models provides us, as you've seen over recent stock assessments, much more stability than using a single model. So rather than following a model that might jump up in one year and jump back down in the next year, by using 4 models, we buffer out some of that year-to-year variability. Because if one model goes up, well, maybe not all 4 models went up, maybe only 1 or 2 of them went up. And so overall, the ensemble is much more robust to changes from year to year than the use of a single model. And if we compare back, well, before I do that, here are the results of the 4 individual models for 2020, updated through the beginning of 2021 at the right-hand side of this panel. And they show a very similar pattern to what we see both in the survey and the fishery data, which is a relatively high level of biomass in the early 2000s, declining through about 2010. We see a little bit of an upswing through 2016 or 17, depending on the model, as we saw the 2005 year class move through the stock. And then all of these models estimate that the stock has been declining relatively slowly since that time in about 2016 or 17. We've now seen 4 to 5 years of stock decline coming on the heels of as the 2005 year class has worked its way through the stock. You note that not all of these models estimate exactly the same stock size at the end of the time series, and we include that uncertainty explicitly in the decision table as we move forward. So all 4 of these models comprise the results of this year's stock assessment. Now, if we put those all together, that represents the blue time series on this figure. The shading indicates the level of certainty, and the dark blue line down the center represents our best estimate of the stock trend. Also on this plot, you see the results of the last 8 stock assessments. Each one is a black line ending in a red data point. And that was the result of each stock assessment that was presented in that year. So it's not a retrospective look with the data we have now, it's the result that we had at that time. And you can see from this figure that the results of each of those stock assessments is very consistent with where we are now. We have some uncertainty about just how big the biomass was in the late 1990s, but since around 2010, we've seen a very similar pattern across all of the recent stock assessments. So regardless of adding several more years of data, we come to the same conclusion. The stock has been relatively flat since sometime around 2010 and declining slowly since about 2016. We can now move into the recruitment estimates from each of these 4 models that comprise the ensemble. And they range in scale due to a number of factors, primarily due to differences in the estimates of natural mortality across these models. But what's important is not so much the difference in the scale of these estimates as the trend coming from each of the models. So you can pick any of those colors which represents an individual model and track that across and see quite clearly that 1999 and 2005 were relatively good year classes historically. And all the models predict quite weak recruitments from 2006 through 2010, with increase in 2011 and perhaps the best recruitment we've seen in several years, now estimated for 2012. And this is consistent, although the scale differs across models, this is consistent across all the models, that 2012 does appear to be the best year class we've seen in approximately 5 to 7 years. So if we now compare where we're getting this information from and looking forward as to how we would see that unfold across the various data sources. So as I just showed you, the 2012 year class really just entered the commercial fishery coastwide in the 2020 data. Although it was there to some degree in earlier years, the fishery really starts to select these fish currently at about 8 years old. The FIS survey has seen the 2012 year class for approximately 3 years. So we can expect moving forward that we see trends in the FIS that precede those that we see in the survey by a couple of years. Now, importantly for our stock projections is where the spawning biomass fits into this time series. So if we look at the spawning biomass, Pacific halibut are estimated to mature between 11 and 12 years old. And what that means is that we are just starting to see the full effects of that low period in recruitment in the spawning biomass at the beginning of 2021. And as we move forward, we still have 3 to 4 years until these larger year classes, 11 and 12, are fully recruited into the spawning biomass. And that's why, as you'll see, the projections are for further decline in the spawning biomass as we're waiting for these year classes to reach maturity. So move now into the results of the assessment with regard to some of our reference points and the effects of fishing on the stock. So this figure shows our retrospective look based on the 2020 stock assessment at the level of fishing intensity estimated for each of these years. And here you see we saw relatively high levels of fishing intensity in the mid-2000s, particularly the period from 2004 to about 2010 or 11. And then as the Commission began to bring its mortality limits down over that time period after 2010, we see a fairly sharp reduction in the estimates of fishing intensity. And then it's been relatively consistent from approximately 2014 onward. As the Commission had brought the overall level of mortality down, the effect of fishing has been relatively consistent through until 2020. And I've shown in purple there the F46 reference level. This was the reference level of fishing intensity that was applied during that time period from 2016 to 2020, where that purple line occurs in this graph. And you see that 2020, both due to the reductions made by the Commission at AM096, as well as the reductions that just occurred in the fishery due to all of the various challenges we've heard about during the 2020 fishing season, we see that the effect has been to reduce that level of fishing intensity, we estimate, to the lowest level that we've seen since probably the mid-1990s. And so again, that effect has been included. And that is in part why we see slightly more optimistic projections moving forward from this year's stock assessment. Noting, of course, that the estimates of fishing intensity are highly uncertain year to year. And that's because we don't know exactly how many Pacific halibut are in the water at any given time. And so therefore we can't know exactly the level of fishing intensity that's being applied. But we do have much more confidence in the relative trends than the overall scale. And it's quite clear that the fishing intensity has come down and been relatively stable over recent years. So if I move now into the relative spawning biomass, this is the spawning biomass in any particular year compared to the spawning biomass that we would expect to see in that year in the absence of any fishing activity. And I note that the reference points in the current interim management procedure are shown on this figure. Moving from the bottom up, the red zone there is our SB 20% reference point. Should the stock drop below that 20% reference point, we would consider that to be a conservation concern. That would mean that the stock had dropped below 20% of what would have occurred in the absence of any fishing. The dashed line, slightly higher up, is our trigger reference point, or SB 30%. And this is the level at which, were we to determine that the stock had dropped below that in any particular year, we would suggest a linear reduction in the amount of fishing intensity to allow the stock to move back up toward or above that level. And you can see that retrospectively, we do estimate that the stock was below that SB 30% level sometime around between 2010 and 2013. Now, as the mortality was reduced on the stock, the mortality due to fishing, we have seen that the relative biomass has gone back up. At the same time, the absolute biomass has gone down, the relative biomass has gone up. And what that means is that the effect of fishing on that time series has been reduced. And so in that respect, at the beginning of 2021, we estimate that the stock is at 33% of the unfished level. Moving now into a summary of the assessment results. So here, this is a table from the summary that's provided in the annual meeting documents. And I won't go through all of the various statistics here. It's kind of a one-stop shopping for a number of different summary statistics for the stock assessment. I will note that the mortality did decrease, as I've shown you, from 2019 to 2020, which corresponded to a decrease in fishing intensity. In red here, you see in the second row down, you see highlighted there that the Commission has not adopted an SPR limit. So we don't have a clear definition of what would correspond to overfishing in the sense of fishing intensity that is above some limit. However, we do estimate that for 2020, the fishing intensity was at a lower level than the reference level. So an F48 is what we estimate for 2020 represents less fishing intensity than the reference, which is F43. We also estimate that the spawning biomass has decreased by approximately 17% over the period from 2016 to 2021. However, we do not estimate that the stock is in an overfished condition. And as I noted, we have seen some changes in the biological stock distribution, which are described more fully in the documents provided. So the modeling highlights, despite a pretty clear signal in the data, we're going to need several more years to really know the true strength of the 2011 and 12 year classes. A couple more years of observation will allow these 2 year classes to move fully into the fishery, and at that time we should have a much better read on how strong these year classes are. The takeaway from 2020 is that the stock did experience a lower level of fishing intensity than we anticipated, and that is included in the stock projections moving forward. So I'll move now into the projections and the decision table. We make 3-year projections each year, and we make these based on a constant TCEY over the next 3 years, fully recognizing that the Commission will be back to make further, to set further limits on mortality in upcoming years, but we extend the projection for 3 years to provide a better sense of the relative trends associated with different levels of fishing mortality. That fishing mortality ranges from no fishing mortality whatsoever up to 60 million pounds, and we provide that range so that we can start to see the contrast across various levels, with additional detail in that range from F40 to F46% that represents the range of levels of fishing intensity that have been highlighted by the management strategy evaluation process as all being very close or at optimal for meeting our fishery and stock objectives. So if we begin with the projection of no fishing mortality, this is no fishing mortality from any sources. So we can start to see the inherent productivity of the Pacific halibut stock. And you see quite clearly that the projection would be for an increasing stock under no fishing mortality, but based on the fish that are already in the water and the year classes that we have moving through the spawning biomass, the rate of increase is relatively slow for this stock, meaning that we could only get approximately back to where we were in 2016 over the next 3 years, even in the absence of any fishing mortality whatsoever. And this is because Pacific halibut grow quite slowly, and as I've mentioned, we have a fairly substantial gap in recruitment that's working its way through the spawning biomass currently. The 2006 through 2010 year classes are going to take several more years to really work their way through the spawning biomass. The next projection is the 3-year surplus. So this is the level of TCEY that would put the stock exactly at the same level with a 50% chance of being higher or lower than where we are now at the beginning of 2021, 3 years from now. You'll note that 3-year surplus production is 24.4 million pounds. So it's a bit larger than the 18 plus million pounds that we estimated for last year. And that's twofold. That's one, because we're starting to see a better indication of these incoming year classes, and two, because the stock is already at a lower level. So maintaining it at that same level can be done at a slightly higher overall TCEY, but still noting that the replacement level or the 3-year surplus is substantially below the reference level. And that tells us immediately that we're projecting a very high probability of stock decline over the next several years. So we also provide the status quo, which would be last year's TCEYs rolled over into 2021. And there we can see that the stock is projected to continue essentially the same trajectory that it's been on since 2016. And similarly, at 39 million pounds, a slightly steeper trend, but largely consistent with the rate of decline in spawning biomass that we've seen since 2016. As we begin to look toward larger coast-wide TCEYs, maybe more in the range of some values that we've seen historically, at 60 million pounds, we start to see a much steeper trend. So now we can clearly see that at levels of harvest of 60 million pounds, the fishery would be tapping directly, essentially, into the spawning capital of the stock and reducing that on a year-to-year basis more rapidly even than at the reference level of fishing. And so we do see, at much higher levels of TCEY, we do see a stronger biological response. And again, we provide this for contrast just so that we can tell, to gauge the relative productivity of where we are around the reference level in comparison to much higher and much lower levels of mortality. So as we've done in previous years, we also present the decision table. And the decision table provides the basic risk-benefit trade-off, where we can look at potential levels of yield and the probability of various metrics, both stock and fishery metrics, of decline in those values. The decision table is calculated based on the interim management procedure. And so there's an important change this year, as I noted already. The Commission adopted intersessionally since AM096, they've adopted a slightly higher level of fishing intensity as the reference level. So we've gone from an F46 to an F43%. We continue to retain the same 30-20 harvest control rule, where the target level of fishing intensity would be reduced below relative spawning biomass of 30%. And this is important because when we look at the decision table, the quantities are calculated relative to the interim management procedure. So the decision table, which you'll find at the end of the document associated with this presentation, is divided up into three sections. On the left-hand side, we have the trends and relative risks at no fishing mortality, again, to provide contrast so that we can see the relative stock productivity as compared to the levels around the reference fishing intensity. Moving to the right, then, we are increasing the level of yield as we move to the right. The next column is the 3-year surplus, or the break-even level, where we would end up with the same biomass that we started with at the beginning of the 3-year time series. I should note that across the top of this table, we have total mortality from all sources. The next column down is the TCEY at the coast-wide level. And then we have the estimate of the fishing intensity that would be associated with that TCEY. And of course, the TCEY itself is fixed. And because we have uncertainty about the stock, we don't know exactly what fishing intensity that would be associated with. And so the last row down is the interval, or the credible range of fishing intensity that might be associated with that coast-wide TCEY. And you see in many cases that's quite broad. And that reflects our uncertainty in the stock. That uncertainty is also translated into the contents of the table and the relative probabilities of something negative occurring with regard to some of these metrics. So the center of the table is essentially the management block. This is honed in on the range that's been identified through the management strategy evaluation process as being close to meeting fishery objectives. And you'll note perhaps this year a little bit less contrast in the decision table, because this center section is a little bit smaller range than we've seen in previous years. And that's in large part thanks to the progress that's been made through the MSE process in really narrowing down not only the reference level, but also the range across which we should be considering on a year-to-year basis. And again, that's a fishing intensity ranging from a low of F46 to a high of F40. And then finally, on the right-hand side, we have a larger coast-wide TCEY that's there to allow us to start to see some contrast across these values. So the table is divided up into several sections. The first section is with regard to stock trend, and this is trend in the spawning biomass. So we're asking here is, what is the chance that the spawning biomass is going to go down in a 1 to 3 year time horizon? And you don't need to focus on the specific values too much, but you can see that across this entire management block, from F46 down to F40, we have approximately 2 out of 3 chance of further stock decline. So it's pretty clear that the stock is going to be going down with a high probability over the next 1 to 3 years. Now, of course, the 3-year surplus is defined by that 50% probability of stock decline over a 3-year time period. Also provided in this section of the table is the probability of at least a 5% decline in the stock. So that's the alternating rows as you move down this table. And you see that is somewhat smaller. And that's because we estimate, although there is a high probability of stock decline, there's not a high probability of steep stock decline, at least at these levels around the reference level. Those probabilities go up substantially when you get to 60 million pounds and above. The next section of the decision table is with regard to stock status. And here we ask the question, what is the probability, again in times out of 100, what is the probability that the stock is going to dip below either that 30% reference point or that 20% reference point? And you can see here that we have, even at the F40% level of fishing intensity, so that the highest level within that management zone, we see that there's still less than a 50-50 chance of dropping below SB 30% over the next 3 years. So this is good news. This means that within the block we have better than a coin toss of staying above that 30% level, at which we would prescribe a additional decrease in the level of fishing intensity should we drop below that 30% level. You also see the probability of dropping below 20% remains quite small. In fact, it's only 12% at the end of 3 years, even at the highest level of fishing intensity, and slightly less at the reference level of F43%. So the takeaway here is there's some chance we could drop below B30%, but a much lower chance of dropping below B20% across that whole range of fishing intensity around the reference level. Finally, the last section of the harvest decision table is with regard to fishery trend and status. And this is important because this is what is the probability that we would need to take a further reduction in the fishery via the coastwide TCEY in order to get back on the reference level of F43%, either 1, 2, or 3 years in the future. And so, of course, by definition, the reference level has a 50-50 chance of needing a decrease in 1 year time horizon. What you can see if you just quickly look across this whole block is that we have roughly a 50-50 chance across this block that we would need to take a further cut below the current TCEY of 39 million pounds at some point in the next 3 years. So essentially, it's a coin toss whether to stay on the reference level of fishing intensity, we will see an increase or a decrease in the coastwide fishery TCEY over the next 3 years. Okay, I will note as I finish this section that on request in the last several years, we have had a slight change in our documentation. So we've put the summary of the stock assessment into the AM097 meeting material, and we've provided that for easy access. But we've also still provided, like as we have in the past, more detailed documents, including an overview of all the various data sources and a more detailed investigation of the stock assessment and stock assessment results. Those two documents can be found on our stock assessment webpage. They have been updated to reflect the 2020 stock assessment, and so I would encourage you to look there for further information. And with that, I think I'll ask the chair if this is an appropriate time to take a break. Yes, I am. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just a few
more. Lynn, are you there? Okay, thanks. Sorry, Dr. Stewart, did you say you had a few more slides?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a few more slides in this presentation.
Take it away.
Thank you. I'll now move from the results of the stock assessment into the application of the interim management procedure. Since the interim meeting, the Secretariat has provided an updated 2021 mortality projection tool. The link is provided at the top of this slide. You can also find the link at the top of the AM097 webpage, as well as a link to information paper 2, I'm sorry, it should be paper 2, not 3, which provides some background on the detailed calculations and a summary of how to use the mortality projection tool. But similar to recent years, the mortality projection tool provides for the evaluation of different coastwide TCEYs as well as different distribution of those mortality limits for 2021. Importantly, this tool now includes updated estimates of non-directed discard mortality, as well as other sources that are updated at the beginning of January 2021. And in addition, it includes all parts of the current interim management procedure. Last year, there were some challenges in producing all those components of the interim management procedure during the meeting. This year, I think you'll find it much more easy to use. And particularly the agreements for 2A and 2B are automatically calculated, all parts of those agreements. And I'll speak a little more to the details of those calculations. But again, those are provided in the mortality projection tool. What I'll present to you now is the results from that tool of the default application of the interim management procedure. So let's take just a step back and recap on the 2021-2022 interim management procedure based on the agreements per Commission decisions at recent meetings. As I noted earlier, the Commission has adopted an F43 reference level of fishing intensity in combination with a 30-20 control rule and the use of O32 stock distribution as the beginning of these calculations. also relative harvest rates of 1.0 on the east side of the stock and 0.75 on the west side of the stock. All of these components, with the exception of F43%, are exactly consistent with what we've been doing for a number of years now. The only change in the baseline is the adjustment from F46 in previous years to F43 this year. Now, the adjustments from that baseline come in three parts. The first part is the agreement set through 2022 for a constant TCEY of 1.65 million pounds in IPHC Regulatory Area 2A. And the second is a two-part agreement for IPHC Regulatory Area 2B. The first part being a weighted average of the baseline as calculated above at 30% weight and 20% of the coastwide TCEY with a 70% weight. So that weighted average then provides for a percent of the coastwide TCEY, and then added to that is 50% of the accounting calculated for U26 non-directed discard mortality in Alaska. So essentially the amount of TCEY that was lost due to non-directed discard mortality of U26 Pacific halibut in Alaskan waters, half of that difference is added back onto the 2B TCEY. So I'll show you some specific values now to move through these calculations. So first, the baseline. As we have done for a number of years, we begin with the 032 stock distribution, shown as the top row here. And this comes from the model survey results, which are updated through 2020. Next, we apply the harvest rates, the relative harvest rates, slightly higher on the east side of the stock and lower on the west side of the stock, which means that when we get the subsequent TCEY distribution, you see all IPHC regulatory areas from 2A to 3A have a higher percent of the TCEY than they do of the 032 stock distribution, due to that higher relative harvest rate. Now things get slightly more complicated. So to apply the agreements for 2A and 2B, they come in two forms. First, 2A getting 1.65 million pound TCEY, and then 2B getting that weighted formula of 30% of 11.6 and 70% of 20%, which results in, for the 2020 projections, of a TCEY percentage of 17.5% applied to 2B. Now, the second part of the calculations includes the U26 accounting. And so we estimate that there were approximately 2 million pounds of yield lost from the TCEY to U26 mortality from mortality projected for 2021. Now, the majority of that actually occurs in Alaskan waters. And so approximately 17% of that occurs in IPHC Regulatory Area 2B, and 50% of that corresponds to approximately 180,000 pounds of additional TCEY. So that gets added on to the 2B TCEY, which moves from 17.5% up to 17.9% to accommodate that U26 accounting. Now, I note that the U26 accounting itself depends on the overall SPR rate. And when you use the mortality projection tool, there are actually a number of different rates already calculated in there. And so that U26 accounting, it's automatically updated behind the scenes if you were to evaluate levels of TCEY that corresponded to a different level of fishing intensity. But with the 1.65 and the 17.9 now established, we can then calculate from the reference level, which is 39 million pounds coastwide TCEY, the rest of these TCEY distribution across areas. So 17.9% of 39 million pounds gives the 7 million pounds in 2B. And then all of the IPHC regulatory areas in Alaskan waters are scaled proportional to the original TCEY distribution to then meet that 39 million pound overall reference TCEY, which corresponds to an F43% at the coastwide level. So to put that in context, the 39%, again noting that the reference itself has changed in recent years, you can see that the distribution across regions is quite different than we've seen in previous years. So in 2020, we saw a much heavier weighting toward Region 2 based on the stock distribution at that time. In 2021, for 2021, the reference level represents an increase across all biological regions, but that increase is much larger in region 3 than, for example, in region 2, and that's due to the change in stock distribution that's concurrent with the change to, or the increase to 39 million pounds. Noting for comparison that the adopted TCEYs have changed much less than the reference level over the last 3 to 4 years, and those are provided aggregated to the regional level at the bottom of the slide. Now, if we move into the level of individual IPHC regulatory area, you can see here the top section provides the reference TCEYs as calculated in each of those years, and the bottom, the adopted TCEYs corresponding to that. And the largest increase is in IPHC regulatory area 3A. Again, that reflects the relatively large change in stock distribution estimated, with an increase in all of the individual IPHC regulatory areas, with the exception of 2A, which is fixed by agreement, from 2020 to 2021. And in fact, the only IPHC regulatory area that doesn't see an increase from the adopted TCEY in 2020 is IPHC regulatory area 2C. And the adopted TCEY in 2020 was somewhat larger than the reference level and still larger than the reference level calculated for 2021. So this now provides you a screenshot from lower down in the mortality projection tool, which is the detailed sector mortality information. So it's the same coast-wide 39 million pound TCEY, and as I've just shown you across each of the IPHC regulatory areas, but it also shows the breakdown to individual fishery sectors. So it reflects the results of the catch agreements or catch sharing plans, depending on the IPHC regulatory area, and the allocation within that area of the TCEY out to individual fishery sectors. You can also see the second to last row at the bottom, the projection of U26 non-directed discards. Those are projected based on the 3-year average, and that's 1.25 million pounds for a total projected mortality of 40.25 million pounds at the coast-wide level, which would be associated with that TCEY of 39 million pounds. And the reference level of fishing intensity of F43% includes all of these components of the mortality. So it factors in all the various sources to get that reference level of fishing intensity. And with that, I conclude this section of the presentation with the recommendation for the Commission to note this as it moves on into its further deliberations in this meeting. I would offer at this point, at the discretion of the chair, I can either take questions on this section, or I could move into the second presentation on size limits and take questions on both at the end of that presentation. Either is fine.
That's Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have several questions, but why don't
I'm sorry, hopefully you can hear me now. Chair? Is my audio functioning?
Yes. Yes. Thanks.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry for the interruption. So to answer this question, the relative harvest rates have been in existence since before I arrived at the Commission, which was almost 9 years ago. And we have done several analyses that are relevant to the evaluation of these harvest rates. My colleague, Dr. Hicks, provided some information at AM096 evaluating these relative harvest rates, and he found that while they were consistent with some of the rationale at the time, which was now 15 years ago or so, we do have some updated information. Some of the basis for these relative harvest rates was on lack of information and additional uncertainty, which has been essentially taken care of by 15 years of an outstanding FIS survey. And then further, the changes in size and age that have occurred over this time period have led us to some slightly different conclusions about the relative yield per recruit in different areas. And so to paraphrase what Dr. Hicks found in his analysis, he found that IPHC regulatory area 4B still shows relatively slow growth, and perhaps from a yield per recruit basis, might be warranted to have a lower relative harvest rate, but that IPHC regulatory areas 3B, 4A, and 4CDE now show fairly similar yield per recruit to the rest of the IPHC regulatory areas. However, what has also emerged through the MSE process is that the choice of relative harvest rates, both by biological region and by IPHC regulatory area, also contains some management components and not just biological considerations. And so recognizing that, there's been an extensive work to look at the relative trade-off in yield among areas, and I'll defer to Dr. Hicks' presentation tomorrow to evaluate that further.
All right, thanks, Dr. Stewart. Did that address your question, Glenn?
Of slide 53, the O32 stock distribution. If we were to apply a consistent harvest rate across all of the different regulatory areas, with the understanding that area 4B may in fact be somewhat lower than the harvest rate that we currently have adopted, would it be correct to assume that those O32 stock distribution percentages may be a more reflective indication of the overall distribution of the stock, with an understanding that the area 4B percentage would decrease somewhat?
Thank you, Commissioner. Through the chair, yes, the O32 stock distribution is currently our best estimate of the overall stock distribution of fish that are above the minimum size limit. We also recognize that the FIS survey captures fish below that O32 minimum size limit, and so the all sizes stock distribution also provides for an estimate of how the stock is currently distributed. But because this is updated on a year-to-year basis, those two estimates in tandem provide our best evaluation of how the stock is currently distributed, and they certainly have changed over time. And that's why they continue to play a role in the calculation of our current interim management procedure.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Richard, do you have a question?
Can you hear me? Through the chair, Dr. Stewart. Maybe refer to slide 12. If you can move to that. So, you know, in the years past, you showed a slide with the regions that showed the bulk of the stock shifting in previous years from west to east. In other words, you saw from the years of the coastwide assessment to as early as last year, the bulk of the stock has been shifting, and it sort of gave me a better idea of where the trend was going. So this year, we see a downturn in region 2 and uptick in region 3. How much of this is really affecting the whole stock distribution, or how much of this is just an anomaly where maybe size of fish or where the new recruits are showing up and eventually they'll migrate down to region 2? Just to give me a better perspective of the status of the whole stock.
Thank you, Commissioner. Through the chair, I think that because the major changes that we saw in 2020 are largely occurring in regions that were heavily sampled, I don't think this is some type of sampling anomaly. I think this is probably a real change in stock distribution. As you note, it does differ from the longer-term trend, which is largely an increase in the east side of the stock and a decrease in the west side of the stock. But our information that's available from the age compositions does indicate that the 2011 and 12 year classes are distributed quite broadly across the stock, where we did not see them fully represented in IPHC regulatory area 3A in particular, but really all of region 3 in 2019. We did see them much more strongly in the age composition data in 2020. So I'm not skeptical that this trend is real, but I would note that it is relative to the longer term trends. It's a relatively small component compared to the longer term trends of decrease in the west and increase in the east.
All right, thanks, Dr. Stewart. Do you have another question, Richard? Okay. Bob.
Yes, Commissioner, I can. Thank you.
I have two questions. One's on slide 7. The other one's on slide 19. So if you could go to slide 7. So the decrease in the bycatch there, I'm wondering about area 4, C, D, and E. Do we know if this reduction is driven by a lesser density of halibut on the grounds, and do we know if it's avoidance, for instance, with deck sorting? Combination of the two. Do you have a feel of why that is a nice drop? It's showing a reduction.
Through the chair, Commissioner Alverson, I think there are probably, like all of our data sources, there are probably a multitude of factors that are contributing. I will defer perhaps to agency staff who are more familiar with these data to speak to some of the finer detail of the various fishery sectors, but I think it's likely a function of some of the challenges that occurred during 2020, as well as you note, the continuation of some additional activities such as deck sorting to reduce mortality of these fish. We have seen some reduction in encounter rates as well. Anecdotally, the change from a couple of years of ice-free conditions in the Bering Sea back to more normal conditions may have changed the species distributions of halibut and perhaps some of the other target groundfish species. So I think a variety of factors, but there may be some agency staff who can speak more directly to this.
Okay, then if we could go to slide 19 and maybe I can catch up with other agencies later.
Mr.
The question I have here is, we had a big 2005 blip in the Bering Sea of that year class, but it never seemed to materialize to the degree that we saw it in the trawl surveys up there. I'm just wondering, did we see a 2011 and 2012 blip in the trawl surveys in the Bering Sea for those year classes? Because the only thing I remember is a downward trend in counter rates.
Through the chair, Commissioner Alverson, yes, I don't have them in front of me. They are in the data overview document, but the age composition data from the non-directed discards, which is largely dominated by the Bering Sea, did indicate some evidence of these year classes at younger ages. So several years ago, an increased abundance of younger fish. The challenge, as you know, with regard to coastwide recruitment versus observation of small fish in the Bering Sea is that the coastwide recruitment depends on more than just the numbers of fish in the Bering Sea. And so we don't see historically a great correspondence between an increase in young fish in the Bering Sea and subsequent recruitment. As you highlighted, the 1987 year class and the 2005 year class really illustrate this contrast the most, with 87 being not that strong in the Bering Sea, but very strong coastwide, and 2005 being quite strong in the Bering Sea, but really not that strong coastwide. So there is some challenge in interpreting that, but yes, I do think that the age data from the non-directed discard mortality in Alaska as a whole and also in the Bering Sea is consistent with the observation of these 11 and 12 year classes.
So last question through the chair. Do you see situations where you have a year class survival in the Gulf of Alaska and not in the Bering Sea?
Thank you, Commissioner. Through the chair, I think that indirectly that's what we would infer about the 1987 year class, where we did not see particularly large numbers of young fish, although they were certainly present in the trawl survey data from the Bering Sea. They weren't present in as great an abundance as we subsequently saw coastwide as we fished those fish for the subsequent 20 years. So I think our emerging understanding of recruitment is that the Bering Sea is an important location for recruitment, but perhaps that a very large recruitment coastwide relies on more than just the Bering Sea, even though the Bering Sea provides probably in many years a lot of the recruitment that subsequently ends up back in the Gulf and even all the way to the east side of the stock.
Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Dr. Stewart. A lot of information as always and presented very well. My question is actually on this. I'm trying to figure out the 2005 year class. It's still a big driver, it looks like, in the fishery. It's a big, it seems like it's one of the biggest recruitment years here, or I mean, one of the biggest kind of drivers of the fishery currently. How long before you would say a year class like that would kind of age out of the fishery? Is there any predictable time, or yeah?
Thank you, Commissioner. I can highlight here this, as you mentioned, the 2005 year class is now 15 years old. I've highlighted it with the arrow there on the this particular graph. It was numerically coastwide still the most abundant year class in the commercial fishery in 2020, despite being 15 years old. I note that over the last 100 years, the vast majority, somewhere in the range of 80 to 85% of the commercial catch comes from ages 8 to 16. And so essentially that 2005 year class is at the end of its largest contribution to the fishery. And in this figure, you can see, if you look back to the early 2000s, the 1987 year class, which is this strong diagonal back here, did persist for a number of more years after it was 15 years old. But I think that the amount of yield that would be available from the 2005 year class should start to diminish relatively rapidly. So moving forward, we're going to be relying more and more on the 2011 and 12 year class, recognizing that we do have a pretty big gap in between those of not zero, but low recruitments during that time period from 2006 to 2010.
That's very helpful. So it's kind of a diminishing rate of return now. On slide number 11, I just was hoping to understand a little better just actually the trend in for CD&E and then the actual prediction of an uptick, because it seems to me, just looking at it, there was a trend downward, and without any sampling, there was an uptick of 8%. And I'm just trying to figure out how the space-time model works in a scenario like that and why it would make such a prediction.
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, through the chair. This is perhaps the one place where there is the most difference between what we might expect and the result that we got from the space-time model this year. I certainly welcome my colleague, Dr. Webster, to add to anything I have to say here. He may have more comments, but we did have a small amount of new information from the Northern Bering Sea from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game survey on the order of just a handful of fish, and that was the only information. These models rely on several things. They rely on what we've seen previously, they rely on what we've seen in adjacent areas, and then they rely on the overall mean for the particular IPHC regulatory area. And I think what you're seeing in 4CD&E is a more rapid reversion to the mean value for that area than we see in most of the other IPHC regulatory areas. So I wouldn't make too much about that increase at the end of the time series. I see Dr. Webster's joined, so he can probably add more information.
Thank you, Ian. That's a very good response. I'd just like to draw attention to the uncertainty around these estimates, the shaded regions that you see. And we can see that while 8% might sound like a meaningful change from one year to the next, it's well within the level of uncertainty within the estimates from 2019 and 2020 in particular. So it's hard to really infer too much from a one-year change of that magnitude. But Dr. Stewart's correct. This is an area where we're perhaps seeing more of that reversion to the long-term mean, where historically we've had quite high catch rates on the 4CD edge, and in the absence of a survey in that edge, we start to drift, and any other information, we start to drift towards those long-term averages, which are higher than what we've had in recent years.
Information coming this year. Hopefully, the survey goes correctly.
All right. All right. Thanks, Peter. Glenn, did you have any more questions? Thanks, Glenn. Thanks, Glenn. Yes. Sure.
third row on this slide. And I wanted to ground the estimates that we have provided the Commission for Area 2C and 3A, the 1.16 million.
These estimates of this is only the unguided sector of recreational removals in 2C and 3A. We get those estimates, and they are revised in each subsequent year. So as was discussed earlier, there is no end of season immediate accounting for that source of mortality. So as Commissioner Merrill notes, the estimates that you see in this table represent essentially the values from 2019 rolled forward to 2020 and then used as the basis for the projection. Similar to non-directed discards, the Commission has, by default, adopted the policy of rolling forward those sources of mortality that are not part of catch sharing plans and for which we do not have a good way to predict. Now, we'll note that Alaska Department of Fish and Game provided an update to their initial estimates, as noted by Commissioner Merrill, that provided a range of values for both 2C and 3A, with the values you see here, the 1.16 and the 1.7, as essentially upper limits to the range that was provided based on various evaluations, recognizing that we won't really know until after the full information comes in and next year's process is kicked off. We will, of course, have a revised estimate of these values. So I think that the next part of the question was with regard to my comfort level with those projections. And I think this represents another piece similar to the non-directed discards, where the Commission has used the previous year's value. In the case of non-directed discard mortality, 2 years ago, the Commission decided to use a 3-year average to buffer out some of that variability. And so certainly something like that might be reasonable for this source as well, noting that the only reason we're discussing this in the context of the interim management procedure is because these components are not strictly part of the catch sharing agreement or catch sharing plan in 2C and 3A. In both 2A and 2B, the unguided recreational component is already part of the catch sharing agreement or plan that's in place. The last part of the question, I believe, was with regard to the effects on the other fisheries in 2C and 3A, as well as the effects on other IPHC regulatory areas. So if we were to use a different estimate for the unguided components in 2C and 3A, that would correspond to a different amount of yield available for the charter recreational components, which would be the next block down, as well as the commercial landings in both 2C and 3A, noting that although we would be shifting pounds potentially between non-FCEY and FCEY components, there would be no change in the overall TCEY, and this would not have a measurable effect on the overall level of fishing intensity. So to expand that out to the rest of the calculations, there would be no change in the TCEY to other IPHC regulatory areas, nor to the coastwide level of fishing intensity associated with an adjustment to those numbers.
Yeah, go ahead, Glenn.
Through the chair, Commissioner Merrill, yes, we could provide an alternate calculation using the average of the range for those estimates in 2C and 3A for your evaluation, and make those available generally through the meeting materials.
Used to estimate non-guided anglers is appropriate. The net effect of this would probably be fairly small in terms of a shifting of pounds, but I believe it represents our effort to try and use best available information, and I would welcome that information so that it would be available for the commissioners to consider as well as for the public to better understand. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Glenn. Peter, do you have a question?
Things. I just was going to ask Dr. Stewart, if we do change these numbers, it does increase the risk that there may be an overage? And if there is an overage, does that not affect all areas?
There's a feedback not only on the individual IPHC area, but on the overall stock dynamics. And that would certainly affect all IPHC regulatory areas. I'll note that these components, what we're really talking about is non-directed commercial discards, which the Commission has opted to use a 3-year average. The recreational components that are outside the FCEYs, so we're talking about 2C and 3A, and just a trivial amount of mortality out to the west. Those components are rolled forward using the previous year in the IPHC standard method, as well as the subsistence estimates. Particularly 2B, 2C, and 3A are the places where those are most important. So all of those components, we use the previous year or some function of the previous year as a projection of mortality. And it is always at the Commission's discretion to determine whether that amount of risk is acceptable and what type of approach to use to estimating those values and whether or not buffers should be built in or not.
Recreational catch, I saw they were fairly successful at getting the majority of their allocation, I think 93%. Is there a relationship that you can kind of see a pattern in between unguided and guided over time?
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. DeGreef. I think this is one of those issues that we have struggled with in terms of trying to better understand how harvesters, particularly resident harvesters, move between operating as recreational harvesters versus operating as charter operators. At this point in time, I don't know that there's any clear sort of understanding about how sometimes individuals may choose to move between those two sectors. I think this might be something that could be helpful to discuss when we do get to contracting party reports, or perhaps we can provide a preview of the question to the State of Alaska staff who are best equipped to answer it.
All right, anything else, Peter? No, Bob, do you have anything? All right, Glenn, I see your hand up.
is some level of difference due to the selectivity of those components on different demographic sources. For all intents and purposes, even relatively large changes between those sectors don't have a feedback to the overall level of fishing intensity coastwide. That the subtle changes that are there are accounted for when we calculate those, so it is important to have an accurate projection when we do project these out. But they are the sources of O26 mortality are essentially exchangeable within an IPHC regulatory area.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when we do the calculation of the relative effect of U26 non-directed discards, you see on the second to last row of this table, that's 1.25 million pounds. If I do a run where I take those away and calculate what would the TCEY be in the absence of that U26 mortality, it's about 2 million pounds larger than it would be in the presence of those. So they correspond to more than a pound for pound, but those effects are included in the overall level of fishing intensity. And to do that, we implicitly assume that those fish will redistribute in proportion to the current stock. So it makes no assumption about their migratory pathways. It just assumes that fish in the future will continue to distribute the way fish in the past have, which is the only thing we have information on currently.
And through the chair, just one brief follow-up, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if we could turn to slide 53, Dr. Stewart. So under that assumption, then, if we would, let's assume that there's roughly 2 million pounds that could be redistributed if that U26 bycatch was 0, then looking at this, we would assume that for
Thank you, Commissioner. Through the chair. Yes, except that we use the distribution of TCEY to determine where the yield would end up. So the stock distribution would be a good prediction of where those fish would be, but the TCEY distribution is the estimate of where those fish would ultimately be caught. So exactly as you mentioned, of that 2 million pounds, we would estimate that approximately 350 to 60,000 pounds would ultimately end up in 2B, and that's where that accounting at the bottom of this slide of 0.18 million pounds is 50% of that potential contribution to 2B. And so that's where that calculation comes from, noting that the other almost 1.75 million pounds would be distributed across, mainly across Alaskan waters.
So effectively then, depending on what TCEY you select, what harvest policy you're selecting, that will vary the amount of that's available, but by and large, 80+% of that would be redistributed to Alaskan waters. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes. Dependent on the rest of the interim management procedure, yeah, that would be roughly 17 to 18% of that would currently be assigned to IPHC regulatory area 2B, and the current agreement includes an accounting for 50% of that value.
Questions?
It may be a question that's more for follow-up than this session, but I think Commissioner Merrill's questions a bit earlier about potential adjustments around 2C and 3A projections of unguided recreational catch led me to think about a couple questions around how those fisheries are managed that I wanted to clarify. So if I understand it right, those fisheries don't have a catch limit per se. There's a projection, as Dr. Stewart was describing, that estimates what catch will be based on what catch was last year. And so if we're contemplating changes to how we generate those estimates, I think it sort of brings focus back to how are those fisheries managed to keep them to an intended number, what the role of a catch limit is or not, and then the timeliness of information about catch in those fisheries over the course of the year. I thought I heard Commissioner Merrill say earlier today that the statewide survey is, if not the only tool, it sounds like a primary tool for getting a sense of catch, and that information doesn't typically come in until some months after the season is ended. So just all kind of leaves me thinking about how we ensure those fisheries actually achieve their projections, and we don't find ourselves in a position where sectors are catching more than was projected. So, I don't know that we need to get into that now, but perhaps if we can bookmark that for part of the discussion we have, maybe in the context of agency reports. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Neil. Do you have anything else? No, I see he turned off his hand, so Peter.
I should say, like there's more uncertainty in others. How does that accounted for, if at all, when trying to determine what harvest is available?
Number of years, we've seen a slight evolution in our methods. For example, with regard to non-directed discards, we tend to see interannual variability across many IPHC regulatory areas. And I think that interannual variability led the Commission 2 years ago to suggest using the 3-year average rather than the previous year. And so I use that as an example because that really is the only method we have to accommodate perceived or real uncertainty in these projected values. And I note that this This potential problem applies to subsistence mortality, recreational mortality that's outside the catch sharing plan, so that's primarily 2C and 3A, and non-directed discards. And so it is at the Commission's discretion to suggest alternative methods to project these values that are potentially more or less conservative. The Secretariat provides these calculations based on the current method, and we periodically evaluate how that's doing. I haven't seen any evidence that we are systematically off, but it's not something that we have looked at in great detail.
Did you have a follow-up, Peter? No. All right. So just going back to our agenda, I think there's one remaining agenda item before we get to public comment. Dr. Stewart, you had a piece on size limit review. Just before you do, Dr. Stewart, just a check. Dr. Wilson, do we have much in the way of public comments, written, or people signed up for oral questions?
Comments and questions on the stock assessment presentation. So if you wanted to round out those today, we are scheduled for public comment from 5 to 5:30. And then the other option is to take the size limit presentation now or tomorrow. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I was having a hard time hearing you, Dave. There, you're fading out at the end. Sorry, I had to change mask. The other one was getting itchy. We have 5 questions that we could take now. They relate to the stock assessment presentation, and then consider taking the size limit presentation tomorrow morning, or just push ahead today. Over to you, Chair. I think I would prefer to push ahead today to hear the size limit discussion. That may be helpful for us as we move forward. And maybe just go a bit longer today than delay. But Glenn, what's your preference?
Mr. Chair, I'm amenable either way.
Right. And Dr. Stewart, you said your presentation is about half an hour. Right. Well then, how about then we delay till tomorrow, and then Dave, let's go to public comment now, and I'll turn it over to you to coordinate that. Okay, so questions, we have the first question from Lyle Pierce, and it's related to agenda item 5.1 and 5.2. The question reads, is there a desire to move to full retention in the future? Would it be possible to do full retention in 1 or 2 trips on the Fishery Independent Setline Survey this year to try and get a better understanding of what the effect on price may be on a larger percentage of smaller fish per load? Last year, with only keeping the sub-legals that were sampled, did not give the full picture of price comparison for a full trip. And so that may be a question for both Dr. Stewart and Dr. Webster.
in the concept of adaptive management, where we try to accumulate more information as we consider potential changes on that management aspect.
On new information developed in 2020. And so I believe this is a request for the microphone. And so, Secretariat, if you could give the microphone, so to speak, to Dan Falvey. And a reminder, Dan, you have 3 minutes, 2-minute warning, and then 3-minute cutoff. Thank you. You there, Dan? Yes, go ahead.
Hi there, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me now? Thank you. Sorry, it took a moment to find the microphone. So my name is Dan Falvey, and listening to Dr. Stewart's presentation, I was just reflecting on how much new information we have this year on how the abundance trends and how they might affect the interim agreement and other apportionment agreements moving forward. I think the ones that really struck me that I wanted to highlight to the commissioners and to the other stakeholders before we go into the PAG and the conference board is the first that, for the past 10 years, we've seen abundance in Region 2 kind of increasing. And now for the first year, we're starting to see Region 3 spring back to its historic dominance of the center of the halibut stock. And as it does that, what we're seeing is that the relative abundance in Region 2 is going to go down, and the compensation under the interim agreement to 2B is going to go up as the Region 2 stock becomes relatively less abundant there. And I think that, that's really striking in this year to me when I was looking at the relative percentages and what those translate into. Last year, to honor the 2B portion of the interim agreement, the U.S. gave up about 1.76 million pounds. And this year, the U.S. is going to give up about 2.5 million pounds to honor the 2B portion of the interim agreement. And then looking forward, that amount is going to grow in future years as the stock shifts away from Region 2 to back to Region 3. And so I think that's an important factor that we know now that we didn't probably, or I certainly didn't fully appreciate in the last couple of years. And it's going to have an important bearing on where we go in the future. I think the second one will come out with the MSAB, and that's the effect of that harvest in 2B is to actually depress the spawning biomass in all of Region 2 by about 17% relative. And this has really striking impacts on Area 2C in the fact that it gives us a lower base allocation, and it also further hits us with compensating 2B for the quota under the interim agreement. And so when I look at the reference level this year, and I note that 2C is the only area that's taking about a 12% cut when the stock coastwide is going up by about 6.5%, and all of the others are staying the same or going up. I think I find that hard to understand, or I guess I can understand it, but it's hard to accept that this interim agreement is working the way we had hoped it would. And so I think in the conference board and the PAG, we have to take a serious look at that and try and find a way to mitigate some of the impacts of the interim agreement on the U.S. regulatory areas until we can move to a more long-term apportionment that works. I think if you look at the FCEY difference in 2C, it's especially striking. It's about a 17% decline from last year. And I see the red lights on, so I'll stop with that and say thank you very much for considering these comments.
Thank you very much, Dan. So I'll pass to Dr. Stewart to respond.
2 is very well informed by the data that we collected and is unlikely to be associated with observation error. So I do think that the stock distribution estimates that we have at the end of 2020 reflect the best information available for the Commission at this time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stewart. The next public comment is from Linda Bankin, former Commissioner, again related to the Pacific Halibut Management Policy. And so, Secretary, if you could give former Commissioner Bankin the microphone, please. And over to you, Linda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, all good. Go ahead.
Fabulous. Okay. Thank you. Testifying today for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association, picking up on some of what we've heard in the presentations today, but also probably bleeding into some of tomorrow to just wrap it all into one testimony. I wanted to just first thank the Commission for the scholarship awarded to my son. It's greatly appreciated, especially now that he is finally away at college. I would, speaking for Alpha, pick up a lot of what Dan just said about understanding from the MSE process and the work of the MSAB what the impacts are of the interim agreement on the different areas. In particular, in this case, as Dan highlighted, on 2C was sort of the triple whammy of the compensation to Area 2B of the impact on the spawning biomass that is projected to be up to 17%, and then the sort of redistribution of the stock. And to note that 2C still has the highest weight per unit effort in the survey of any area, and while the survey did find a decline of 5%, to our mind that should boundary the amount of reduction that would be appropriate in this area. But I would say overall, really what we've seen from the MSE process is a really improved understanding of stock dynamics, and the scenarios that have been looked at gave us quite an understanding of how the somewhat fixed allocation in 2A may affect that area, but not other areas, while the 2B 70-30 has a huge effect this year and going forward on the Alaska areas, and call on the commissioners, now that you have this additional information, to reevaluate that agreement and to move to a harvest policy that treats all areas consistently, possibly with the exception of 2A in respect for those treaty obligations, and that you commit to a long-term harvest policy that stays in place over the long term. So we all come into these meetings with a better understanding of how the two contracting parties are being fairly treated and consistently treated. I would note from some of the other information presenting that we're currently seeing 80% of the cost of the commission borne by the U.S., as well as 78% of the survey fish coming out of the U.S. areas. So really significant inequity there, with the U.S. bearing that very significant burden of carrying the cost of the commission, but receiving less of the fish under the interim agreement. And I'll wrap up there because I see my light is on, but thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much, former Commissioner Bankin. Is there anybody who would like to make a response, Commissioner or Secretariat? If not, then we can move on to the next question, a written question again from Lyle Pierce regarding Agenda Item 5. With the limited monitoring in Area 3B, how confident is the Commission in the large drop in mortality in the non-directed fisheries in that area? How are those fishery mortalities estimated with the limited monitoring? Thank you.
Victoria area or in an individual fisheries sector. And I will certainly defer to the domestic parties to speak more in detail about how the monitoring works on those components.
Okay, thank you, Dr.
Yes, please go ahead, Glenn.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks, Glenn.
Is there any follow-up or would you like to move to the next?
Move to the next, please, Dave.
Thank you, Chair. And so, Secretary, I'd ask that you turn the microphone on for Malcolm Milne, the North Pacific Fisheries Association. Malcolm, you want to test your audio? I can see you have a mic on, but we can't hear you, Malcolm. You try again. Still no luck. Try and reconnect. While Malcolm reconnects, I see he's dropped off and he'll reconnect again.
Dave, we could try again tomorrow, if that would work as well, so we don't lose their opportunity for comment.
Yeah, thank you. Is that working now? Yeah, this is Malcolm. Sorry. It's a little different. Now, you're able to hear me? Okay, apologies. Okay, thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to highlight a few of these slides from Dr. Stewart's presentation. Slide 9 was the modeled survey trends, and in that it showed that the coastwide numbers are down 1%. The next slide, he showed the weight per unit for the modeled survey trends were up 6%. And he's indicated that the growth that we're seeing is from the growth of the actual fish and not recruitment. So then when we look at the coastwide commercial weight per unit effort, it's either plus 2% or maybe 0, maybe even once we get all the logbooks in. Then we move to slide 32, where he shows the relative spawning biomass, and that was really interesting to see how as mortality due to the fishing went down, the relative spawning biomass came up. It was really notable to me that retrospectively we were actually below SB30 at some points, a point where I would definitely, I don't think any of us would like to get to again. And then he mentioned that intercessionally you decided to move to an F43, which I guess I missed that part, but as a policy. But to me, I think that is really problematic in the sense that I think it gives us a much more of a chance to move below SB30. I realize that the model is showing a long-term run that maybe that's a safe place to be, but at this point in time when we're at a pretty much a time series low in the overall spawning biomass, that it's not the time to ratchet up the harvest intensity. In addition, the fishing intensity interval is large, so if we move to an F43, we're even more likely to be have a higher fishing intensity. I mean, the range is just so large, it just leads to me to think that we should be more conservative. And then finally, on this point, the slide on page 13, the phase plot. I just asked you to look at page 13 of the written report. It wasn't in the slides, but he used to have that. Anyway, finally, so in the all sizes, I think we should go to a biological stock distribution to have area 2B go from a 10.5% to a 17.9% is just unacceptable. The best estimate should be in the biological distribution. The interim management procedure, especially the 3070 rule for 2B, did not come before any IPHC subsidiary body that I could tell. It was just dropped during a commissioner deliberations. I understand we're using it now, but I urge you to get away with it. I think we need to compare biological distribution to what the tables show, and move to a procedure that uses that. So I see that my time is almost up. I'll just say that comparing the biological distribution to what the tables show, the longliners and the charter fishermen in my area are paying the price for the interim management procedure. So thank you for your time.
There, how's that? Okay, I figured it out. Thanks. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. So my first comment will mirror several that have already been posed or submitted, and that's just focusing a little bit on how the formula agreement with Canada affects various areas. The obvious connection with Area 2C, which I represent as for Southeast Alaska Guides Organization, is that there's, according to our proportion of stock distribution, we contribute to 2B formula. But I'm wondering, looking at some of the work that's been done on the surveyor following tracking the weight per unit of effort 032 distribution and numbers distribution, some of the downturns that have happened. I think Canada's was down 10% and 032 stock distribution, and 2C was down 5%. So one lingering question in my mind is, other than the obvious contributions, are there other biological or stock contributions by us neighboring 2B, and how could we interpret those, or how might those play in? I'm still looking at it, trying to figure out what the actual effect, the net effect is on 2C, and have some concerns there. My second comment deals with something that Commissioner DeGrief brought up about whether the unguided adjustments, if you will, if we take them or if the commissioners consider taking them, would that have an effect on all areas? And so I was wondering, sport in Area 2C or guided sport was under 36% last year, which is 280,000 pounds, and was wondering if that really, through the survey, would technically be redistributed into 2021, and if that would offset any potential effects of considering an average of low and high unguided estimates moving forward into 2021. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Responses? Dr. Stewart initially before passing to commissioners.
Recognize that historically we estimate higher relative harvest rates in Region 2 than have been experienced since about 2006 or 7, corresponding to some management changes during that time period. And then finally, the third component would be growth and productivity of individual fish. And we continue to see average size and size at age of Pacific halibut being quite high on the east side of the stock relative to the west, and particularly lowest in the central Gulf. So all three of those factors are likely contributing to the observed trends in stock distribution. And as such, it's very difficult to disentangle which is more or less important at any point in time.
All right, thanks very much, Dave. I think there's just one other item remaining on the agenda this afternoon. Glenn, when we were talking back on agenda item 3 this morning, you wanted to think about some of the comments that I had about updating the action items that Dr. Wilson was going through. And in particular, I was referring to AM096 and the agreement that was covered in the AM096 report.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I don't know in the next couple of minutes that I'm fully prepared to get into those issues. That may take a little bit of time. So I leave it to your discretion.
Well, when you say a bit of time, are we talking 10 minutes?
Well, I think it would depend on how much discussion we want to have around those issues. We may have a difference of opinion about how to approach those. And I don't know how much we want to get into that issue now. We could, but I suspect that perhaps maybe we could come back later.
Yeah, I suppose we could, but then when do you propose that we do that? Want to do it first thing tomorrow? All right, so we will make an adjustment for after the contracting party reports. That would be fine. With me, I don't really see the direct linkage, I guess, Glenn, but I'm comfortable to wait to hear those reports and see how they may impact this one way or the other. I don't really see them as separate things. I see them as very linked things, not separate at all, actually. But as I said, I'm comfortable waiting until tomorrow after those contractor reports and have the discussion then. Yeah, as I said, Glenn, I'm comfortable waiting till tomorrow to address it, but I would say two things. One is the reason I'm raising it, these are items that the contracting parties agreed to work on, and what I'm hearing from you is that there's a change in views, but maybe I'm hearing incorrectly. Well, I would disagree with you quite strongly on that, Glenn. It's very clear in Article 3, paragraph 3D, that that is not the case. And that, as we talked about before, it's not just doing the programs, it's focusing on what the standards are. And much as each party may decide to implement those standards in a different manner, that's up to the parties. But to come to some agreement on those standards is the discussion that we had, and that was the intent of the work plan, or at least one part of it. So I think, as I said, I'm more than happy to pick this up tomorrow, but clearly there is a different view here, and we can carry on with the discussion tomorrow. I think we'll probably want to have a bit of a discussion tomorrow, I think, Lynn. All right. So with that, I think we're finished for today. And just looking at the agenda starting tomorrow, Dave, we're starting at 9 o'clock.
That's correct, Chair. And so we could take up agenda.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks for all the presentations today and the discussion and the questions, both from commissioners and from the public. Look forward for more information and discussion tomorrow. With that, it will adjourn.